We're here at the Taipei Game Developers Forum in Taiwan. Let's start the show. The Taipei Game Developers Forum.
Yes.
I got that right. It's developers.
Yeah, developers.
Yeah.
Plural.
Yeah. So I'm here with Johnson, who is, maybe you can explain who you are and your involvement with the forum.
Okay, yeah, so I have been co-organizing the event with my friend Thomas Fan, who was from a kind of like a semi-government position. And then he eventually left that position, but he wanted to keep doing this with the community. And so we've been doing this event for more than 12. I think this is the 13th edition. We started the first one in 2012. And this is like, when we were doing the indie game community in Taiwan, it was like we started as a monthly meetup thing, and then after a couple months or after a couple of editions of like the smaller ones, we thought, hey, since we have been doing this for a while now, maybe we can scale this up, making it to an annual event, and try to not only just attract more people domestically, but we have the motivation or have the resources to actually get some people from some developers from other countries, like from Japan, from the US, or from European countries to come to Taipei and then have this opportunity to share their knowledge and experience in game development to our audience, and also let our developers here to have more outreach, more access to people who people who came before them.
How has the forum changed over time? Because obviously recently there's been some changes with COVID and everything, and so how it sounds like it's grown, and it's nice that you are now in this interesting position where you have this online component but also in-person component. So kind of like, I guess, what are your hopes moving forward and for the future?
I see. Yeah, so when we started out, it was like rather, in terms of like annual event, it was rather small. It's like less than 200 people for our first edition, and then we have grown that to more than 1,000 attendees per year prior to the COVID situation. And so during the COVID, we have 3 years of, so like 2020 to 2022, we have 3 years of purely virtual events. And I just want to give a shout out to Twitch's Taiwan office as well, because during those 3 years, we had extremely helpful Twitch Taiwan office staff to get our event onto the traditional Chinese front page of Twitch, and so that we can actually not charge $1 during that 3 years, and also still get enough sponsors and resources to keep doing this information and cultural exchange type of event. And so after the COVID sort of ends, it's still kind of going, but it sort of ends by the end of 2022. And so starting from 2023, we started thinking that, okay, we obviously want the in-person, like the physical aspect of the event to come back, but we thought, hey, we haven't considered the virtual aspect of this event before. Like before 2019, we were trying to just be a purely physical event, and now we thought, hey, since we have experience in both type of events now. Maybe we want to say, like, always have an in-person component, but also always have a virtual component, just to diversify our approach, so to speak. Because sometimes some speakers actually prefer the virtual format, and some obviously usually more speakers still like prefer the in-person format. So, and also this kind of also kind of alleviate a little bit of our like budget constraints, so to speak, because obviously physical events or in-person events are pretty costly when you consider like all the logistics and the venue costs, this kind of thing. So if we want to grow the event to what we had before COVID, actually there would be like pretty substantial spending every year, and just to get the same amount of content actually. So this year we managed to have about the most speakers we had before COVID. So I think I did a count when our COFO presentation ended for this year, and I thought I remember the count was very close to 2019, which was like when we had the biggest in-person event, and also like we had the most speakers. And so I thought in terms of informational or like knowledge density in this regard, we actually get to a pretty good level without spending that much money on it. And I think this also give us more leeway into like, you know, if we want to do this more sustainably, then we actually now have more means to do it. I think this is actually a good thing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. It's great that you've come out of COVID in a really positive way, and being able to maintain, but not also you know, kind of just keep it going, but also grow the digital aspect of it, and sort of then kind of try to maintain those two channels, because it does expose what you're doing to a much wider audience, which I think is really positive and powerful. Yeah. You know, I think one of the things that has been wonderful every time, you know, obviously I've only been to Taiwan twice, and I really love visiting. I love the culture. The food is excellent, and people are all super friendly. You know, what do you think that Taiwanese game developers kind of offer that maybe other cultures don't? What is kind of unique about Taiwanese game development?
The developers that come out of this environment actually are also able to source their inspirations and their references from all those you know, multicultural aspects as well. So we have games that did very well in the Chinese market, the mainland Chinese market. We also have games that did very well in Japanese market. We also now have games that doing very well in the US market or the international market overall. So I think this is something we are, we are unique of in this way. Like I know also a lot of international like big brands, companies, they will usually use Taiwanese market as a like soft launching point. Back in the day when the, you know, the app markets, the Google Play App Store markets, when they were like really booming at the time, and people were trying, maybe say, you know, they were trying to get into the Chinese market, get into mainland China, they would usually test launch their products in Taiwan first, and then maybe go to mainland China later. Now this kind of soft launching opportunities sort of moved to the Southeastern Asia in general, but we used to have a lot of, you know, apps that soft launch in Taiwan, and so this was kind of our maybe not a advantage, but it's like just a unique point of this market. Like people, so it's also like people would use New Zealand as as a soft launching point when they are trying to target the US market. You usually see this type of strategy in maybe mobile games a lot.
Yeah. So it's like a multicultural place that has a lot of influence, and that question of how is it impacting the culture and art. It's a question that I've asked a lot of people, and it seems to be something that's very difficult for folks to answer, which makes a lot of sense because if you grow up and you live in this environment, it's hard to know how you're being influenced by it. But as an outsider, one of the things I feel like is very positive is the presence of a lot of culture and the support of culture. And it's great that you're doing this, and thank you for inviting us. And I'm thrilled that we're able to share this with the rest of the world. And so I'm excited to show you more from the Taipei Game Developers Forum right now.
So I'm Scott. I'm basically the co-founder of Sigono. So my main role is usually, a designer of some sort of the game. And I'm also in charge of like the business aspect as well as handle a little bit of the marketing as well. So kind of all over the place, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm Sissy, and I work as a marketing manager at Sigono. And I handle the marketing side for Sigono. It mainly cover most of the things which is not related to game development.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and so how long have you guys been in business?
I think we just passed the 10-year mark.
Really? Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's quite a milestone in this industry.
We're still hanging. We're still fighting and hanging.
So, and you guys are based in Taiwan?
Yep.
And so you started 10 years ago, and how did it start?
Basically, I founded the company with my co-founder, Brian. So us two, we met at Carnegie Mellon. So we were pursuing our graduate studies there. And under, I think it's called the ETC, so it's Entertainment Technology Center. So under that curriculum, we kind of like make entertainment, basically games or like interactive experiences. So over there, we kind of like met each other. We're both from Taiwan, so we kind of clicked. And we made our basically graduate thesis together. It's called The Last Signal. And The Last Signal is basically a Microsoft Connect game, if you know what Kinect is.
I remember.
It kind of got phased out, but at that time it was kind of like a new technology. We kind of used that technology to make a game where you control a waveform. So, and you're trying to like dodge the obstacles and stuff. It's kind of weird, but in the end, Microsoft saw it and they acquired the IP of it. So we basically used that money to kind of like started the company. And the company before is called Team Signal, but it was the name was pretty bad. So we changed it to Sigono because it's hard to find us on a search engine, basically.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, we changed our name to Sigono, and here we are.
Fantastic. And so when did you join the company?
I joined the company for about 5 years, and I stumbled into the indie game industry quite unexpectedly because I was introduced to our co-founder Brian by a mutual friend. And after several rounds of interview, he decided to hire me to handle the marketing side for Sigono. Yeah, and what makes me stay with the indie game industry for such a long time is because I have aha moment. Yeah, because there is one day I received an email from our customer service mailbox of Sigono. And there was a boy, 12 years old, and he shared that he was being bullied at school. But one of our character in our game, Opus the Day We Found Earth, is a little robot called Emus, gave him the courage to face all of the things happen on him.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is the moment I realized that games can really make great changes to life and people. So why not I keep on doing, why not I keep on put myself into the things that can create such positive impact?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like it only really takes one of those stories for you to really want to pursue something for a lifelong endeavor. And so before working in games, were you working in other marketing roles?
Before I come to Scano, I worked for a media in Taiwan.
Okay.
Yeah, and I work as an editor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were always in some form of media production.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And so the games you're how many games have you released at this point? 4. Is that right? 3.
Under the company, well, it's like 5 or 6, but but for the Opus series, it's currently we're making our 4th game of the Opus series. Yes.
Okay, how close is that to launch?
Maybe, I don't know, maybe another year.
Don't say. The internet will be upset with you if you say something. I guess you already know that.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
So, I mean, it's amazing for you to kind of have that kind of, like I said, 10 years. That's remarkable.
Thank you.
So, in terms of, as a game developer and primarily a designer, right? Somebody who's like at the kind of creative spearhead of this. You've obviously had to deal with other things like running a business, hiring, firing, probably.
Oh yeah.
What have been some of the challenges along the way that maybe surprised you?
Well, I think this applies to everybody, all of the indie devs, because when you start developing games, you just want to make games. That's pretty much it. But after you start making games, now you face the problem like, okay, how do I market it? How do I let other people know about my game? And how, if I hire more people to work on this project, how do I manage them? So all these problems will start coming in, and nobody will fill this role unless you kind of step in and kind of figure everything out before you hire other people who can manage everything. But so that is pretty much the hardest, which I need to kind of keep switching gears. I'm not just a developer now. I'm kind of trying to run the business as well.
Yeah. So, and obviously you have a marketing expert who's part of your team.
Yes.
How many other team members do you have?
I think currently it's around 18 people in the studio. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And how has that growth been over time?
So in the beginning, it started with 4 people for our first project. And the second project, it kind of ramped us to 8 to 10. And the third project, it's much more. It's I don't know, 12.
12 to 18.
Yeah, so it kind of ramps us when the project starts closing. So, and then till now it's around 18. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and so finding that balance of how much you insource versus outsource. How have you managed to?
That's a good question. We kind of minimize the outsource aspect of our development process. So, especially our first 3 games, we try to keep the scale as small as feasible as possible, because we kind of prefer developing most of the things in-house. So we have actually. So one of the unique aspects of our studio is we have two people who manages sound. So we have a composer. We also have basically sound effect artists as well. They basically work in house because we believe that all the aspects of a game design, everything is really important and integral to designing a good game. So in the beginning, we want to involve like sound artists, sound people, and also artists, starting at the beginning of the project, and we work together all the way to the end.
You're a man after my own heart. I'm a sound
designer. I know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So now you're just.
Now I just kind of like
to your
exactly.
audience, you know. Yeah. No, that's fantastic. Obviously. Yeah. I think it's a very typical thing to not involve elements of your team. So that's fantastic that you've managed to do that. What's your relationship been like with Microsoft since you started?
I mean, Microsoft, we've always trying to maintain a good relationship with them because, well, they're the platform where we put our game up there.
Yeah. So,
and they have been always very helpful for any like technical issues, and also I see their effort in like trying to break the boundaries between like the devs and also the higher ups people, like the platform people.
Have you used that relationship in order to help with sales and kind of again marketing? Like has it benefited you? Or what? I guess the broader question is, what kind of strategies have you employed to kind of release games at a time where you might have the most exposure or interest?
It's a hard question because, the industry has kept changing, so it's really hard to pinpoint like who is which platform is a definite platform to put on. And you really need to be on the spot and see like, okay, who's our audience, where our audience usually play on, and also which platforms provides the best support for us in terms of exposure, funding, or whatnot. Yeah.
So you kind of you play that by ear. It sounds like you kind of try things and experiment.
Yes, we always try to look for the best solutions while releasing our game.
Strategically.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So nowadays, like you said, the industry is in a very interesting state.
Oh yeah.
What are some of the like current challenges you're finding with development, but also with marketing?
Challenges. I mean, like for indies, it's grown challenging because the quality of the games has become so good.
Yeah.
Like even like free games, like for the games from Hoyoverse, like Genshin Impact or Zenless Zone Zero. Like these are free to play games that can be played on mobile devices, on PS5, and they have the quality and it's free. And that kind of like raised the bar so high. So like a lot of players, I mean like most of the normal like everyday players, they kind of expect this kind of quality with such
at that price point.
Yeah, exactly.
Free.
Basically free. Which it's kind of like a hard bar to pass. And so like we have to constantly to find like, okay, what else can we do to kind of convince them to play our game, to buy our game.
So that sort of seems like that's your job, right? Is to get across the value that people are.
Yeah, as a result of the circumstance what Scott just mentioned, getting noticed is tough, and selling your games are even harder. Yeah, especially while working under highly limited marketing resource.
Right.
So as a result, we can't take the traditional marketing route to get our products to be seen and to be sold to the audience. So we have to constantly find unconventional ways to reach out to our target audience. So we have to keep on do experiments as much as possible, yeah, and try to stay positive, creative, and resourceful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who has traditionally been your target audience?
Ooh, well, yeah, you mean like region-wise or?
Yeah, I mean, I guess age group, region, language.
You might be-
Age group. No, our games are narrative-driven adventure game. So our target audience is more to audience who enjoy storytelling, especially immersive storytelling. And the age group is quite really wide. For example, we receive emails from maybe 5 years old boy, and we also receive emails from like 45 years old male. Yeah, so actually, I think our product is getting received by a wide audience. Yeah, and we are target global markets, and we support multiple languages, including English, Japanese, traditional Chinese, and simplified Chinese.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in 4 languages or more?
Currently only 4 languages because, I mean, like our first 2 games, it supports more than 8 different languages because the text is smaller. So you have fewer text, so easier to translate and less complicated. But on our 3rd game, Echo Star Song, the text has grown so big, and also we have all these different religions and also factions, different ways of talking and built inside the script. So it's really hard for us to monitor like the quality of the scripts if it's been translated by like a language that we can't understand.
I see.
So that's why for English, I can kind of like monitor it a little bit. And we also have a great translator in our company as well. And for Japanese, we have a trusted translator as well.
So even localization is not something that you would outsource, is it? Or
Well, it's somehow we do some outsource, but we kind of want to get involved as well because
Yeah.
we want to make sure they fully understand what the game wants to convey.
yeah,
So in some ways, we also are kind of hands-on with them
yeah.
as well. Yeah.
I was actually just having a conversation with a company that does localization, and what they call it is transculturalization or trans
Yep.
something. And because they really want to get out of that, using that kind of terminology because they care a lot about the quality. One of the things that they were saying is that in the last few years, especially with like streaming services and other kind of big production companies, they tend to just look for the kind of cheapest solutions.
Yep.
And so as a result, a lot of companies that provide quality translation have been put out of business because they've sort of automated a lot of the process and there isn't a lot of care. And then as a result, when you have these suddenly like these big hits that, for instance, come from Korea and then hit a Western market, you have a lot of complaints about the localization or the translation.
Yep.
And so I said all that without actually naming any people, which was an accomplishment on my side, for sure. But is that something that it sounds like you're very sensitive about what you're putting out, and maybe that's something that you've experienced?
Yes, since like our game is a narrative-driven game, so we pretty much put like the script, the localization up front. Like we want to have the utmost care and quality of the scripts. So yes, I guess we're really sensitive in terms of that.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. As you're talking about like the competition, the level of competition that's happening in the indie space
Oh yeah.
right now, there's you want to do whatever you can to kind of make sure that the quality is there, but it also does seem that the indie space is really where the most interesting things in game development are happening.
Yes.
A lot of what is mainstream seems like reproduction of what has come before. So has when you think about the projects you're doing, how much are you taking that into account, or are you at all?
We do. Like in the beginning, like we started making, like from when the company started, we kind of create like arcade games. So it's something that it's a really hard challenge. So if you die, you have to start over. That kind of game.
Yeah.
And although it's fun, and we actually got featured by Apple heavily, so we were very fortunate. But we found out like the people, although the game is really fun, but the people who play it, they like it today, but maybe the next day they kind of move on to another game and they kind of forgot about you. So we kind of want to break that. We're trying to find a way to like make people remember us.
Yeah.
So basically, how we started is basically we're trying to make games that can deeply resonate with the players. So when they play our game, and maybe like in 3 or 5 years, they'll still come back and know that, okay, I played a game from Sigono. Their game are really heartwarming. I remember all the characters inside. So we want to make a game that can leave an impact in them. So we kind of like stick to this motto like ever since. We create games that are heartwarming and can leave like a strong impression, like a heartfelt, strong impression within them.
Is that something that is part of your role to kind of like reinforce the brand over time? So even like between releases that people are being reminded of, oh yeah, or there's this other thing coming out soon, or how do you then maintain the memory of Sigono in people's
Actually, that is why we continue to produce game under a series which is called Opus. Because currently Opus have 4 games, including 1 game that is under development right now. We maintain the same feeling of the 4 games, which is give you a sense of bittersweet and with moving story. And that is why, that is how we keep our players remember us. For example, when players, there is one time, it's actually last year in Tokyo Game Show, I met a reporter. And when he saw I bring our latest work, which is Opus Prison Peak, to the venue. And the reporter is just like, hey, Opus, I remember that, but is this Opus? And after I talked with him, I know that, he was the player of Opus, Opus the day we found her, which is our first title.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he connect our first title with our 4th title. Yeah,
Okay.
So in this way, we connect our player through the whole series and create a whole complete impression.
Yeah.
And also, I think because we started like 10 years ago, so we kind of like slowly building this following, like the fans of this series. So, of course, like from when we do our next game, we always put them into consideration. We want to make a game that our fans wanted to play. And of course, and trying to explore a little bit more on a different field to try to introduce this game to a more wider audience as well. So yeah, I think we're pretty fortunate that we have like a base of following players that follow our game.
It's a big challenge, it sounds like, and something that there must be at times the thought of, should we be working with a larger publisher, or so how what considerations have you had along the way, and what's led you to kind of keep maintaining? Because are you working with another publisher, or are you self?
For the 4th game, yes.
Oh, really?
We decided to work with a publisher, which is a really interesting story. Like in the beginning, like for the first 3 games, we we kind of, like you mentioned, Xbox. We always trying to maintain a great relationship with the platforms. So we kind of figured that since we're so close with the platforms, and we can try to handle like all the marketing because we have a great marketer to handle our marketing as well. Why we don't find a need for a publisher at that time? And in matter of fact, I think we survived till now. So I guess it kind of worked.
Yeah.
And of course, like all the revenues, we get it by ourselves. So which is nice. And the reason why we chose a new publisher this time around is because we're working with a publisher called Shueisha Games. And Shueisha is like one of the biggest like
Hunter and
so it's like Dragon Ball Z, One Piece. It's all under the name of Shueisha. So they're basically a company who holds a bunch of like globally recognized IP. And I think our motives as a company, we want to grow our IP as well. We want to create like a globally recognized IP and across different medias as well. And we find that working with Shueisha Games, they might help us to achieve this goal because they're really perspective of the materials of the IP, and they have all the abilities and also past experience on growing a successful IP. So that's why this time around, we decided to work with them. Wow. Try it out. Yeah.
Okay, so your goals kind of extend beyond video games then?
Yep.
You're interested in other kind of forms of media, like
exactly
animation?
Animation, movie, novels.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. So I guess, one of the things that's obviously unique about being in Taiwan is that we're in Taiwan. And you are obviously familiar with American game culture and having kind of spent some time there studying. What is it that feels kind of uniquely Taiwanese about game development or the results of it?
Well, I mean, Taiwan, as you might know, like, actually you might not know because, like, usually, like, when a movie comes out, they usually use Taiwan as a testing ground. So, like, usually Taiwan, we watch, like, the Marvel series, like, a day before it actually aired in the U.S., even though it's produced in the U.S. It's because, like, I think we're kind of like a cultural hub, like a mixing pot, basically. So we kind of accept the cultures from the East, from Japan, Korea. We also accept the cultures from the West, like the U.S., like all the medias from the U.S. stuff. So we're kind of in the middle. Like, so we I think we have a pretty unique sensibility when it comes to game design. We kind of like do a little bit of like the gacha kind of thing. We also do a little bit of the more indie experimental things in the U.S.
So there's a lot of borrowing that's happening kind of other cultures.
And of course, we have our own culture as well, so we can put that in the middle as well.
Yeah.
So I think we're more adaptive. We can kind of like mix things, mix all the themes around.
This international growth seems to be like a big piece of that. Because if you're going to work with a publisher, obviously they're going to want to put it into as many territories as they can, which is more than what you can do alone. So that seems like a good opportunity. But you obviously still have your concerns about that in terms of quality. So how are you balancing these things looking into the future?
Since we have the past experience of like publishing the games, and at least in that certain amount of countries, so English-speaking countries, Japanese, Chinese, simplified Chinese. So we're kind of familiar with those territories. So, of course, we will make sure like those territories are covered and covered well. And of course, like you said, we want to expand. So maybe the European countries or more Southeast Asian countries. I think that kind of become like a mutual thing with our publisher. If they can handle, they want to do it, we won't stop them. They can do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It seems like also a good opportunity to introduce a whole new audience to your back catalog.
Yes.
So, and have you been thinking about how to package that as a series?
Yeah, we're actually in the talks about how to kind of like repackage or revitalize like our previous games.
Okay.
Nothing is like in the works now, but we're definitely thinking about it.
Yeah. So HD remakes.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. Do your games have dialogue in them?
A lot. Too many.
Like voice acting?
Yes. Okay. Actually, starting from our third game, we started putting voice acting inside but at that time we only have Chinese and Japanese in there.
Okay.
Because that's where most of our audience lies at.
Okay. So you haven't had English voice acting in your game?
We were planning, but not yet.
We cannot tell.
Oh.
No, third game. I'm just talking about the
We're
third
just talking
game.
about the third game.
Yeah, chill.
Oh, yeah. Okay, right. Oh, this is exciting. Oh, we're getting some exclusive territory here. I'm leaving all this in. So, okay, but what's interesting about that, obviously, is then there's an opportunity in the HD remake to kind of go through and potentially add.
Possibly. It all depends on like the budget. I think this is something we need to figure out in the future, like what kind of budget works for like an HD remake, and if we really put in like voiceovers and such, will it be impactful? Will it be necessary, basically?
Yeah.
Because in our third game, there's a lot of like dialogues and also like very dialogues that it's really hard to portray on text. Like if you want to portray this kind of like thoughts or emotion, the text will be much longer. So in order to shorten the text, we put voiceover in it, because voiceover, if you hear it, you know like the emotions of the character much easily.
Yeah.
So that's why we put in VO in our third game, because we think it's necessary.
Yeah.
But maybe the first game, since the character is a robot, so his emotion are more linear. And so maybe for that game, it's not entirely necessary to put in voiceover, or maybe we can put the resource instead on better graphics or more, basically HD graphics of the game.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's really exciting, and seems like it's a blue sky right now. You've got, all these possible opportunities. But when it comes to kind of the games that you've traditionally made, is there something that you're also looking at doing that's different from this?
Well, I think we're just really excited to develop our fourth game, because like for each game, we kind of like improved ourselves. We kind of put in new technology, a new way to play the game for our next creation. So we're really excited for the newest one. So I mean, like all our team, we're kind of like focused on developing the newest game. Okay,
great. So if people want to find the game, where should they, there's going to be a lower third that is like, go here, and whatever you say, I'll put there.
Okay. So the game is currently, like the page is currently available on Steam.
Okay.
So if anybody's interested, they just go on Steam, search for the keyword Opus Prison Peak, and they'll find the game. And make sure to wishlist and follow the game.
Yeah, definitely wishlist.
Down here. Down
it doesn't cost you anything to wishlist.
Exactly.
But it has a big impact.
Exactly. It'll help us.
Yeah, helps them out a lot. So that's awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It was nice chatting with you.
Yeah, awesome. we're going to take a look at Food Fight. This is QQ. Is that right?
Yes.
And we have Ihab.
Hi.
Hi. Who's going to help us translate? Okay. So maybe you can give us a look at your game Food Fight.
Yeah.
And okay, so this is this a like tower defense kind of game? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It's a survival game,
Survival and tower defense combined.
Got it. Okay.
And Lapa.
Slot machine.
Star machine. Yeah.
With a slot machine component. Okay, so there's a random component for what your tower is, basically, like how you build your tower.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let's take a look. Do you want to play and so we can see how it works?
所以他们这个看得到的画面。OK。所以我想我可以这个画面上也看到，这都是我们可以盖的那个摊贩。所以
This is the shop they.
我直接玩。
哦。
那现在像一开始可以购买道具去加强主角。
At the start, we can buy some stuff to empower the main character.
那因为现在还在制作中，所以现在都一样。
Yeah, it's still working project, so it's all the same.
所以，因为我把时间先集中做在拉霸系统，因为我觉得它是比较是重要的东西，比较是特色的东西。那 所以我可以，这个就是我可以盖的摊贩，所以我可以靠拉霸去拉出我想要的摊贩这样。
So this is the structure they can build in this game, and they use slot machine to randomly choose what they can build. And the monster also always food with animals combined together.
Food with animals. Okay.
So let's go.
Let's go. Yeah.
So I can build this any place.
Okay.
Okay. But this build cannot emit any unit.
Oh, okay. So that
It's just a tank. So,
it's a tank. Okay. So it can shoot projectiles?
No. It's just a tank. So
Tank. Okay.
This monster is 噗噗 combine 那个苍蝇 fly.
Oh,
So
I see. It's a flying poop.
So I need defense monster. So time is out. So I win. Next round. So this is Japanese style story. So I can lock on the button. I can lock. When I see this cost is very low, so I like more low is more good. I can have more unit.
I see. So what are, because I can't read what those numbers are. So it's 1, 4, 2.
Yeah.
What are those representing? What's 1, 4, and 2?
So this is my unit emit speed.
Okay.
So it's this is 9, emitter is very very quick. But this is my unit. Max number.
Maximum number. Okay.
This is cost.
Okay. Got it.
So this is.
And is that the unit on the end? What that red thing?
Red thing maybe is power. My unity at power off or speed off or any skill.
Okay, so that's their special ability. Okay.
So
Okay, awesome. Let's try that.
Let's try. So this hamburger, he emit hamburger.
Okay, so it's emitting a hamburger, and it can have a maximum of 4 hamburgers.
When I kill monster, they drop meat. I need to pick up meat.
Okay.
And meat can transform money.
Wheat.
Oh, okay.
Our money is 面粉怎么讲？
Wheat. Is that
Wheat.
flour?
Flour.
Okay.
面粉 flour.
Flour.
Okay.
Yeah.
More flour can level up. Buy more 道具那个 item.
More
Okay.
items and shops.
Okay. So I can buy more. Okay. So this Japanese style. So
Yeah.
I see cost is too high. So speed is good. So I like it.
Okay.
And story I like it. But I only have one chance to spend. So I
see.
spend. So also okay.
Now it's higher.
9 is not good, but I can choose skip or just
I see.
okay. So
So we're good. Okay.
okay. So we can see this store emit Japanese. I don't know why is that.
Friendly unit. Oh.
Okay. And they're
Okay. They can difference their story, but if too far, they can see master.
and so you play as a soda can, is that right? You're like
I
a
play
can,
this
soda can?
soda can. What is soda can?
那个可乐罐，
Cola. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
汽水罐。
We can choose many.
Oh, you can play different characters.
Maybe a hamburger.
Okay.
Okay, so I forgot. Okay, so this master is frog can buy vegetable.
Right. Yeah, like a lettuce or
所以高丽菜我不知道英文怎么讲，高丽菜
高丽菜。
I don't know. So master is
there's a lot of them.
a lot. And this game just 早期开发 early development.
Early development.
So many skill is not yet, but I want to show this concept to everybody.
Yeah. This reminds me of the night market, going to the night market.
Night market, no.
No.
先说会日夜变化是不是？
他说这些东西让他那个联想到夜市啊。
Oh yes. So
Is that your inspiration? How did you come up with this idea? This is
because
你怎么想到这些点子啊？
点子 because 因为
这个想法是怎么冒出来的？
是 there are not a lot of game like food.
Yeah.
And food app combine monster. No, I don't see. So I think this is cool.
Yeah.
So, and survival game is very hard. So, and I think the story. Maybe we are go to 环游世界摆摊怎么讲？
环游世界，travel over world.
对 travel world and 摆摊 and play night market. So this game is travel the world, maybe Japanese, in Paris and USA. Like this level is
yeah.
In beginning, top is 自由女神，我不知道怎么讲。
这是什么？
这个关卡上面是自由女神，我们是在自由女神下面摆摊。
啊，自由女神。
So we're starting.
So this maybe the future this staff maybe have a customer and they will work there and they can go their store shopping.
Oh, okay.
So
then you would have to protect them.
yeah, I need protect customer and my tower. So
Yeah, right.
I want to at the future. I think maybe it's very special. Just 4 button and for building. So the building at my emperor. So
Yeah.
when I in there, I pass this
Yep.
and this is my emperor. Go to there. Help me.
Oh, I see. So each building might have a particular character that can help you on, and so when you press one of the face buttons of the controller, whichever direction the
like,
button goes.
This like a StarCraft game,
Right.
So, but it's come easily, it's more easily. So
right.
But I not yet. Not make it. So this game just like 差不多是这样.
It's fantastic. It's making me very hungry watching you play this game.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when do you think this game will be done, and how will people be able to find it?
I don't know because I have already made 2 games, but they don't make many money.
Okay.
So this is my 3 game.
Third.
So again, maybe 1 year.
1 year?
I don't know. I want to make it perfect.
You want to make it perfect?
Overcook combine potato, rotato.
Brotato? Okay.
So, and 2 player.
Okay, amazing. This already looks like a really, really fun game. I love the animation and the art style. So you've got 2 other games, right, that you have released. Are they available on Steam or?
Yeah, Steam and mobile, but 已经下架了，忘了讲。
Mobile, on phone?
Mobile game.
Okay, and what are those games? Can you tell us what those are?
This thing is Master Q.
Master Q?
That is a very cool game. I think that is very cool, but nobody buy. I don't know why.
Okay, we'll try to change that. Everybody go buy Master Q. We're gonna try to get you some sales. Is this is it in English? Is the game localized into English? Master Q?
It's English.
It is. Okay.
It is.
And this game, are you going to also make it into English?
Of course.
Okay, great. So you can buy it. There's no excuses. Is this already on Steam? Do you have it on Steam?
No.
People can wish list?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
But maybe soon. Early access.
Early access?
It's good.
Okay. So keep an eye out for it. Maybe we'll repost this when it's available. So you can let us know when it's available, and we will put up another video, and then people can. So be sure to subscribe so you get that video, and then wish list it when this game comes out. We're gonna support our indie game developers, and especially games about food, and games that are this creative. So this is really great. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you.
So here we are at the night markets now, and
饶河 night market.
Okay.
饶河.
yeah. This one has like the most impressive entrance. That's not the entrance. The entrance is over to the right, over there. But that's a temple.
Yeah, that's a temple.
Okay.
It's full of Buddha.
Okay.
Looks very cool.
We're gonna look at that later. Yeah. We're hungry, so we're gonna go to the night market first.
You can see Japanese food, Chinese food, many kind of foods around the world mixed together here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm really hungry, so we're gonna go. We gotta go now.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. Okay, so we've been in the night market for about 2 seconds.
Yes.
We're literally like 5 feet in,
Yeah.
and we found the most famous one, right?
Yeah, it's called pepper bun.
Pepper bun.
Yeah, you can smell the flavor of pepper, and it's juicy, and it's very hot now. So
Yeah.
you have to wait around 1 minute.
I burned my mouth already.
Oh.
Yeah, because I couldn't wait.
Yeah.
But I learned something,
Yeah.
that I shouldn't just bite into it.
It's always like a long line here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like a zigzag thing.
Because today is Monday, so it's short, but it's always full of people here.
Yeah. So
online.
If you come to the night market, come on Monday.
Yeah.
That's the pro tip. What's this? What are we eating?
It's called Taiwanese sweet potato balls.
Okay.
And that's one of my favorite Taiwanese original steaks.
Oh my god. It is like
Snakes.
sweet potato, very strong sweet potato flavor. And then it's like a rice, it's kind of like a mochi.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's this? Boneless pork ribs.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, and then what's that one?
Oh my god.
Crisp willow leaf fish. That's what it says there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crisp willow leaf fish.
Okay.
Crisp willow leaf fish. Oh, okay. You introduce this, I introduce this.
Okay, so this is. So what's this?
It's called crispy pork. from
Crispy
Hong Kong.
pork.
Yeah.
Sorry, I spat all over you. From Hong Kong. So this is
Yeah.
a Hong Kong style.
Yeah.
And yeah, you should have heard it when he was cutting it. It was like crunch.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah. Okay. So, oh wow, this is really. Oh my
try
god.
it.
This is super good.
This is my first time
Really?
eating here. Yeah. It surprised me. It's really good.
Yeah. It's crispy only on the skin part,
Yeah.
and then everything else is super soft and tender.
Yeah.
Amazing. Wow. Okay. What else?
So amazing.
So this is like the fresh grilled squid.
Yeah. One of my favorites.
This is really good. How far down the market are we at this point? Because I feel like
You're stuck here, huh?
I don't know if we can how long we're gonna last.
Okay. Almost third one of it.
1/3?
No, 1/3 of it.
Oh no. I'm more full than 1/3.
I know. That's
Yeah.
why I say keep it. Don't eat everything.
Yeah.
Or you're too full.
I know. You're a pro though. I'm not used to it. I don't know how to regulate at this point. Oh no.
Chicken soup. Stinky tofu.
Oh, I smell it.
German pork.
Okay, so thank you, Bobson. I'm
you.
like extremely full. The night market. Yeah, you've got to experience the night market. That was just like the tip of the iceberg. Unfortunately, we ran out of time.
Yeah.
But so good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for.
Come back here next time.
Yeah.
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 Let's eat more next time.
Definitely. But yeah, I've got my to-goes.
We haven't tried
Leftovers.
the juice, Taiwanese beer, and a lot of cool things. Yeah.
Yeah. Stinky tofu.
Yeah.
They'll have to wait until next time. Again.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
See you next time. I'm here with Shama Orsay from CD Projekt Red. Thank you so much for.
Thank you for having me here.
I'm thrilled to speak with you. Maybe you can describe just a little bit before we kind of get into your past and things like that. Maybe you can just describe your role at CD Projekt Red and who you are and what you do.
Well, I am a lead concept artist for the past 4 years, working in the new Witcher game. And I've been an illustrator, a little bit of a concept artist, UI, animation, dabbling into many different things for the past 8 years into the project. And yeah, only recently, I entered into this management role. And right now, we have a team of 10 people working hard, just putting the next installment of The Witcher.
Okay. Well, we're extremely excited about that. I imagine there's nothing you can tell me about it.
Absolutely nothing except that we are excited too.
Okay,
just
cool.
To put it together.
See, I asked. All right.
Yeah.
Happy. Okay. Well, so let's talk about kind of how you got in that role. I was looking a bit about your your history, and it looks like you've had a fantastic career at CD Projekt Red, and now you're obviously in this role that is highly desirable. I think a lot of people would love to be in that position, but also, you know, looking at your work, I think it's extremely well deserved. So, can you tell us like how you kind of got there? You know, maybe from when you were a kid, and you know, how you got into art and video games.
Well, it's a long story. Back in the day, you know, going back how much? 25 years in the past. I mean, when I was a kid, I always liked to draw. I discovered, you know, after seeing a friend drawing, I was like, wow, that's amazing. You know, I want to do that. And from that point, it became a little bit of my go-to whenever I want to express myself, whenever I want to even have fun and entertain myself. And unfortunately, at some point in my teenage years, I discovered video games. And it took me a little bit away from art, a lot of times, just playing many, many games. But those games later on became the inspiration for me to actually consider this as a career. So I combined the stuff that I left behind when I was a kid with this new inspiration that I had. And I started to draw my own characters, create my own worlds, realizing that, well, I could put this out there in social media, and I could get, you know, people to comment on my work, to support it, later on to pay for it, and it became a possibility for me just to live out of it. And with that in mind, I think, you know, there's this striving for more, and the next step that I had was becoming a professional, right? So after my amateur years as an artist, I started to seek for work, you know, under companies, freelance. And later on, it became for me, you know, clear that there was a possibility to do company work, like studio work, to be part of a team, to, you know, develop a video game.
Was that surprising to you that there was actual, like, something that kind of gave you so much joy could actually be converted into a job?
It was definitely a surprise, right? The moment I realized, wow, I can do this.
Yeah.
It is possible. It was a discovery, and I think it took a little bit of intuition and a little bit of planning to make it happen, because I realized that I needed to go to the industry. The industry wouldn't come to me telling me, hey, look here, have some work. I have to go to events, you know. It's just for that you need some budget. You need just, you know, to have, you know, some arrangements. But fortunately, everything paved the road for me just to get into CD Projekt, where I, you know, started, you know, a small project went, and then, you know, things started to scale up a little bit more, right?
Yeah. So CD Projekt Red was your first role, and so when you started, what did you start working on? That was like 8 years ago. Is that
8 years ago, yeah. It was 2016. I started working in Went, the Witcher card game, as a comic illustrator. So I was making illustrations for the narrative part of the game, where, you know, there was, you know, some story unraveling. Of course, the gameplay was, you know, a trading card game, but there was, you know, as many, actually all the games in CD Projekt, you know, we were very story driven, right? So I was taking care of, it was some sort of cinematic approach that we had, in which, you know, we're designing characters and environments, putting them together in order just to have this sort of graphic storytelling. And after that, you know, this was connected, of course, not just with drawing and art, but also with animation, with UI. And I started to understand, you know, as I was diving my toes into different disciplines, the complexity of making a game, right? And I started to like it a lot, to be more open, you know, to get information and knowledge from other people. And I think, you know, this whole overview made me feel that, you know, the whole communication side of the job was more of my thing, right? And from this point on, I think I started just to show faculties that I was able to carry on with, you know, just keeping people together, keeping people communicated and up to date, and making bridges between disciplines. So this is when I was given the opportunity to start managing the team.
So how long were you there until you kind of, what was your first management role? Is it the role that you're in now?
Yeah, right now.
Okay.
I mean, I started with some like test run at the end of Cyberpunk. So it's 2020,
Okay, well, hold on. Let's not just skip over Cyberpunk.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's just maybe for the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, so you started with the card game, and then did you move to Cyberpunk?
I moved to Cyberpunk for the last 9 months of production.
Okay.
And in those 9 months, for the last few months of production, I started to coordinate already a small team of artists. Back then, I was working on the in-game ads team. So we're creating all the advertisement, and the funny posters that you can see in the game world and in the TV screens.
Yeah.
There are some funny stories about that. Yeah. It was very interesting work, right? We tried to make the best and the worst of the cyberpunk world into those ads, right? Just to reflect the nature of advertisement in a way, right?
Yeah. So let's just sit here for a minute. You went from The Witcher, so obviously like fantasy, to sci-fi.
Yeah.
So those are big genre shifts.
They are.
And so in a lot of ways, it's kind of both ends of the spectrum there, and kind of there's many things in between that. So for you as an artist, was that challenging, or was this something that it's like? Did you ever feel sort of like, oh, cyberpunk, what do I do now? Or was it, did you just jump into it?
I jumped into it. Yeah. The philosophy that I had at the moment, and I think, it's the one thing that I can keep and communicate to everyone, is that you need to find yourself in the project. And for me, I even though I practice a lot of fantasy in my craft, right, as an artist, I do enjoy sci-fi and cyberpunk a lot, right? I've been watching movies, playing games, This is a genre that I was not a creator, but I've been always a big consumer of it. So for me, it was familiar. I just needed to get into the technicalities of it. So for example, I was not used to draw any type of machinery or industrial design. So for that, I needed to delve into just learning how things work and making sense of the things that I'm drawing, right? I'm painting. Yeah. But it's the same type of research that I would do with fantasy work, right? You need to look at historical references. You need to check, for some museum pictures and, read some books.
Yeah.
This is a little bit of, more modern, let's say, theme, but it's the same approach. Research and trying to find what is it that I can give to this universe, that I can give to this theme.
Yeah. And so growing up, were these, you said you kind of you were doing your art and then you fell into games and that distracted you a little bit.
Yeah.
But, when you were doing the art, what was it that was there a particular kind of thing that you would draw a lot?
Of course, boobs, swords and dragons. That was my thing. Yeah, but mostly boobs and swords. That was the. Yeah.
Okay. So you were like fantasy was your thing.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you started playing games, what were the games like for you that stood out?
So definitely, the whole RPG genre, right? I started, I think my biggest breaking point was Neverwinter Nights. The first one was 2001. I have countless of hours in that game, right? Because, you create your own character, you just, dive into the story. It was also based in Dungeons and Dragons, which by then I started playing. So, I would have the whole idea of, creating your character and immerse yourself into a world in many different levels, right? I would play it on PC, Neverwinter Nights. I would go with my friends to play Dungeons and Dragons in a very similar, mechanic, right?
The board game?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
like the tabletop RPG.
So you were playing Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. That's amazing, because obviously you're a very good fit then for CD Projekt
Looks like
Red.
it, right? Yeah, looks like it. Funny enough, I don't know if you know, but the engine that was used in the first Witcher game is actually a game from an engine from BioWare, the Aurora engine.
Oh, really?
That was the engine was in Neverwinter Nights.
Oh, wow.
So there is a little bit of it's all connected.
Wow, it was meant to be
connected. Yeah.
That's amazing. So then, did you sort of understand that very well, like walking into that? That's sort of remarkable, because game development, there is, like you were saying, like there's so much to learn about game development, and you know, one of the thoughts I had for you is like you were saying that you got very interested in the communication aspects of it, but in your first kind of few years there, were you, I mean, were you learning a lot? It sounds like you were learning a lot.
Oh yeah.
But you know, when did you feel like you'd sort of mastered how games were made, or have you ever felt that way?
I don't feel it. I don't feel it at the moment. I think right now I am at the best stage when it comes to knowledge, just because of the time, right? The more time you spend, the more you learn.
Yeah.
There are always new things coming, right? It's an industry, it's a discipline in general that is ever changing, right? With new technology, with new approaches, even in the way we organize work, it's been recently changing. So there's always something new. There's always something additional to learn to what we already have. So I feel right now I'm at my peak. I hope tomorrow I will be able to be even, you know, higher in understanding.
Yeah, but you haven't peaked, but you are at the peak.
Yeah, at the peak of what I can know right now.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, great.
Definitely.
And
definitely.
you will keep going.
Hopefully, we will. Yeah.
And so let's see. So we were at Cyberpunk, and I got excited about that. And so now, you know, as you're in this role and you're working on The Witcher, and you have a team of 10 people, you say. So you know, what are the kind of new challenges that face you as you kind of endeavor? I mean, obviously, without getting into any of the specifics.
Yeah.
But you know, things. It's obviously a big responsibility. 10 people. You know, how are you?
It's I think the first most important thing that, at least for me, I take into consideration is the people itself, right? My team, you know, their personal approach, you know, the way we work also as a group. This is the one thing that I put a lot of emphasis in, right? Just to keep everyone well resourced, well motivated, right? And able to carry on with their work the best possible way, right? The best they can. That sometimes requires a lot of conversation, a lot of, you know, understanding of everyone's situation, knowing also the context of people, and giving them the possibilities to improve, to strive for something, to fight for their own ideas, right? And just to make this game their game, right? So the whole point that I have with this, or at least, you know, kind of philosophy behind it, is that we're doing this together as a team, right? We're not working for a company, we're not working for a project, we're making this happen all together. And it happens inside the team, and I also have the responsibility to spread it into other disciplines, right? So it's not just our team as a bubble, but we're also connected to many other disciplines, and we need to work together, right?
Yeah.
So that's, I think, is the biggest challenge. Then when it comes to just the technicalities of the work, that fortunately, I'm very much at peace with that, because my team of artists, they're just amazing at what they do and what they know, and the motivation, the energy they put in it. So I don't have to worry about that. It's mostly about just making everything flow, making everyone being able to bring the best they can.
Okay, so you've mentioned working with other teams a bunch, and I've been dying to ask you this question because my background is in audio, right? So you are generally at the beginning, and audio is generally at the end, right? And so when working with another team, one of the major conflicts that can happen is that in sort of the concept art phase of a project, it's this wonderful beginning where it's a blue sky.
Yes. Everything looks awesome in those pictures, right?
And it's this, it's, you know, in terms of the production, it's like there's lots of time. It feels like very kind of like open and free, and then you know, things get real. And schedules start to, you know, and by the time you get to audio, it's like, ooh,
we're running out of time, right?
Yeah. So how do you, and it sounds like you have really enjoyed kind of that sort of collaboration. So can you talk about like a little specifically about like how you manage that sort of thing? And
I can tell you because it's one of I would dare to say it's one of the achievements that we have with our team at the moment. So in general, yeah, as you mentioned, this is complicated to have this kind of waterfall approach in which you have one team at the beginning and then different people at the end of the project finishing it up, right? So right now what we're doing is the project that we're changing the approach to a more horizontal one in which we have content teams deliver either content or feature that are multidisciplinary, right? So we have many different people from different disciplines together working to deliver something. Regardless if your feature is gonna land at the beginning of production or at the end, everyone at this, every discipline is involved in this stuff. So connected to what you're mentioning about audio, because this is, I recently had a talk with the audio lead in which we sat down together and said, so you're at the beginning, I'm at the end, how do we do this, right? And it took us maybe 30 seconds to figure it out, which was amazing. Yeah, because it turns out that, well, art, audio, is very similar, right? And the only thing that we needed to do is to talk to each other.
Yeah.
So from his side, he was asking me, so is there a way that we can know what kind of elements we're going to have in the world that we can explore sound? For example, I don't know, different type of instruments, or if you're in a certain environment, what kind of sounds we're going to have. Is there a possibility that you guys, as a concept artist, can implement sound and audio cues, or at least mention in notes in your concept, so we know beforehand, we can create a list of stuff we can start researching and developing. And say, yeah, sure, that's great. And connect to that, I was telling him, you know what? I have at least 4 people in my team out of 10 that are also musicians.
Oh wow. Yeah.
It's very connected. And throughout my career, I met many concept artists that are into music. So when I came to my team telling them, hey, are you interested in some audio collaboration? They're like, yeah, sure, of course. Because look, I have this idea and this idea and this idea. And it was a matter of just unlocking the possibility that before, because of just the structure of it, we were thinking we're so far apart. When in fact we're not.
Yeah.
So it was a matter of just communicating.
Yeah. I think communication is critical.
Oh yeah.
And a team of how many people are on the team? Is it
in general for the whole production, or?
Well, I guess let's start with CD Projekt Red because I know there's a number of studios.
Yeah.
But on the Witcher project that you're on,
we're around 400, 450 people.
That's a lot of people.
Yes, a lot of people.
Communication is very important.
Communication is key in this regard.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's great that now it's part of a structure, right? It became more of a common practice, just to be able to catch up with people. We have space in production for that, which is great. And you can see the results of that because we are solving things much faster. And we are foreseeing that issues that we had before in the past that land later in production, we're already tackling them.
Yeah.
So this is it's actually really, really good.
I think one of the things with this genre of game, and as you know, with the tabletop kind of experience where anything can happen.
Oh yeah.
Right. And then we have the constraints of a video game. But we have so much opportunity in terms of the medium. I mean, it's unlike anything. The medium of video games, if that sentence makes sense, is unlike anything that has come before it because you have so much agency as a player, and yet I feel like we're still at the very early stages of really kind of taking advantage of all of that.
Yeah.
So it must be that during the process of making these kinds of games, which are really focusing on pushing the technology forward and creating these really immersive tabletop type experiences, it must be that you have challenges that where a new feature will be introduced.
Yeah, all the
And-
time. All the time. Yeah.
Or somebody wants to try something, or and so then how do you sort of deal with these sort of surprises that sort of show up?
Well, this is actually pretty new, and it's also one of the things that I'm very proud of. That of this current approach that we have at the moment, especially with the concept art team, because I think historically, in general in the industry, concept art it was quite limited to asset design and environment design. So we create either characters or props and just set up environment design. And that was pretty much it, what a concept artist could do. Now we're starting to delve a little bit more into other type of disciplines, not just connected to content, but also to narrative and to gameplay design. So we recently had, started to talk about story outline, and with some ideas, we proposed to my team, hey, we can just create storyboards or quick sketches with keyframes that they can just support the narrative.
Right.
For two main reasons. The first one is to have a visual aid, to have a common vision, right? Because when you're reading something, everyone would interpret it in a different way. Everyone would imagine it in a different way.
Right.
And if you have this pre-visualization of how the story is going to be, at least as a quick sketch, we're making sure that we're having a common vision, right?
Yeah.
And that we're not overlapping each other or thinking too far away into the possibilities that we could have, right? And with that common vision agreed upon, we have a stronger, better foundation, and it's easier to set up goals and to aim to just a narrower solution and final end.
Right.
And the other reason why we're adding pictures to the text is because people prefer to look at pictures than reading. so it's easier to digest a lot of text, a lot of content with images.
Yeah.
But even if this sounds kind of trivial, it actually works because we have a better percentage of people reading the story outline because it has pretty pictures.
Yeah. Well, and I think that from my experience, also having the dialogue or some version of the dialogue spoken, from the audio side of things. That's we often were asked about like text-to-speech solutions and things like that, so that the iteration loop could be as quickly executed as possible, and that you wouldn't have the audio team as necessarily a bottleneck or something like that. And so as you're doing these sorts of things, which is kind of almost like film, like it looks like either animation production or kind of film production. Do you start to kind of explore like, oh, what are those fields like? Are you kind of educating yourself into like how films are made, or
definitely,
yeah.
Camera lensing, cinematic framing, all this, just rules of filmmaking. They start to play out into concept art. This is something that's been used before for keyframing, right? Just part of just making the, let's say, benchmark visuals for a project. But right now we're using it almost in daily basis. Even with the simple sketch, we try to aim for that cinematic composition, because one of the main features that I want to have, we already have it in our games, but right now we try to double down on that, is that cinematic feeling, in the emotional value that is in every scene, in every asset, right? Almost in every aspect of the game. We want to have players involved, to a deeper level, right? And that requires showing things with a deeper layering, right? That is not just, the functionality of, telling a succession of events, but more of, okay, what are the emotions and feelings implied into this context, right?
When was that? When did you discover that was a major component of what you were doing? That, as opposed to sort of just producing images, that what you were actually trying to do was evoke an emotion?
I think it was, I always took it lightly, as I was saying, right? I like to draw boobs and swords and dragons and action and epic stuff, right? And it sounds like a very vague and very let's say, superficial statement.
Right.
But the thing is that it was a constant for me. This is the kind of stuff that I personally like.
Yeah.
And I started doing just why? Why do I like this?
Right.
And it's because epic in action is emotions, right? It's, you know, it's about, you know, this adrenaline. It's about, you know, the action-reaction moments, you know, and this quick change of events that you know, it sparks you with this adrenaline, right? This kind of it's motivating to have things like this.
Yeah.
So I look at something that has these components, and I get excited.
Yeah.
And that excitement I see is passed on into players.
Yeah.
So I noticed that, you know, from the kind of my lamest approach, there was some value in that. And I see that other artists and other parts of the team, they will have other type of emotions and feelings involved. You know, they want to go deeper into, I don't know, moments of sorrow, moments of fear, right? They want to evoke, you know, even some deep thoughts and meaning to what we're adding. So I think all this starts to have room in a very complex story. And this is actually the kind of stuff that we're doing here, right?
Yeah.
So what we're doing is, just try to see the perspective of us as creators and what's the input we can put there.
Yeah.
And then we're tinkering both story and art and, of course, gameplay towards having that integral experience, right? That the moment you get into the game, you're living that life right, of that character.
Yeah. When you're working with folks on your team and you have maybe some of the younger folks on your team, is this an area that they sort of struggle with, the sort of emotional intent? In other words, will they produce something that's not evoking the correct emotion, and you sort of correct them in that way? Because I think one of the things can be to sort of micromanage a process. In other words, to say like, do exactly like this without explaining why. And then is that a technique that you use to sort of say it's not giving them right correct emotion? Or how do you? We have
a lot of this type of feedback, right? Because it starts with just the intuition. Hey, I do not feel it. The ideal thing is just to explain why, and this is the one thing that sometimes takes more of a longer feedback session or a discussion, depending on the type of communication you have with the person or the specific problem itself, right? One thing is, for example, dealing with a character, right, that it needs to evoke certain warmth or happiness, or a whole scene or a quest, right, that it requires, like a different sort of payoff. So, different complexity will require different type of, different level of discussion. But in general, we talk a lot about that. This doesn't feel it's giving what we need to give. So we do, this course correction happens usually, after we explain why. And this is the part that I personally feel the professional input, right? Because if I would just talk about my feelings, I don't feel like it, goodbye, that, it would be a bit problematic. So
it's not helpful.
We sit down, we talk about feelings first, and then we try to figure it out. So it becomes, some weird, sometimes some sort of therapy that we're doing, to these fictional characters and stories, right?
Yeah. Well, I think in order to produce this kind of creative content, you have to be in a particular emotional state. You have to be in a very calm sort of state, so you're sensitive to what you're producing, as opposed to sort of imposing whatever your current emotional state is on top of.
Definitely. Yeah, it's part of being a professional, right? Just having some sort of detachment from what's work and what is your personal input, and being aware that what you're adding there is this. I have cases in which I don't know, you have a bad day and you feel, look, I cannot make this, happy scene because I don't feel like it today. But that's also part of being, having this professional approach. Deciding, hey, I cannot do this today. Can someone else maybe, can we switch tasks? I can draw some, violent outraged outburst of I don't know, aggression, because I feel that.
More consistent with my current.
Exactly. Yeah, we had situations like this, right? In which I do appreciate the fact that, my team is very, very honest and very professional in that regard, right? They're able to tell, you know what, let's switch for today.
Yeah, yeah. So when, obviously now as you're managing people, it's, and you mentioned therapy.
Oh, there's a lot of that.
Dealing with the growth and development of other people, does that then sort of become the priority for you? Because in other words, if they're not working, you're not working.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It does. It does definitely. It's obviously an individual case-by-case thing. You just need to keep an eye on everyone and talk with people, especially what are their expectations. And then exchange, You have these expectations, I have my expectations towards you. How can we meet in the middle? How can we design a path that's going to help both, meeting those expectations? And again, as we were mentioning, it's about communication, right?
Yeah.
Because there is a lot you can assume from both sides, right? As you as an employee thinking, oh, my manager is expecting this and this from me, and you do not have that communication, that questioning, hey, what are you expecting from me? And from a manager, thinking, okay, I have these employees that are supposed to deliver this and that, so I don't care, this is what they need to deliver. That's also, not very good, right? When you're assuming things. So it's always good to, we're doing catching up often, checking, hey, how are those expectations we were talking before? Are there any changes? How are we progressing? And it's a matter of, keeping each other in the loop, basically.
Yeah. When we kind of look into the future of game development, and like we said that, this, what CD Projekt Red is doing is wonderful, cutting edge game development, which I think we need more of. When I grew up, there was a game called Deus Ex. Which came out at a sort of perfect time for me. I was probably about 16 or something, and it was one of those.
It's mind blowing.
Yeah. I mean, it was just.
Back then it was.
And so it's very easy to sort of draw a connection between that game and Cyberpunk 2077. But I feel like CD Projekt Red is like holding the torch, kind of moving forward, and when you look into the future of, maybe not necessarily what your current plans are, but where you think this kind of experience can go, because I think sort of maybe at the end is something like the holodeck kind of experience.
Yeah.
But what are certain things that maybe you feel like are steps towards that, or things that you're particularly passionate about?
Well, I can tell you it's interesting because right now I'm working on The Witcher, and there is, this Cyberpunk, the franchise is continuing to develop. We still don't know where we're heading, but there are the next steps, on the horizon. And just looking and hearing about that is super exciting, right? I think, this is something that Paolo can tell you more about it, but for sure, the idea to build upon what we already have in Cyberpunk 2077 is already, I think, it's a huge base,
Yeah.
And having, a more, let's say, just integral approach, right? Considering that, there are much more stories to tell in this world. There are more things to uncover, and that we can create something that is not, it's not just the first game now anymore. It's now it's becoming part of something bigger that, it can help the project. It's when you have, you have one point, and from that point you don't know where to go. But when you have a second point, you can project the line. And that projection is the thing that makes me very, very excited about. That, we have so much we can explore. Yes.
Again, it is like the blue sky kind of. But so in terms of these possibilities, and the big topic right now that everybody's talking about is AI.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so let's say tomorrow at CD Projekt Red, there's this goal to really create, you know, a level of immersion to really push for. I'm sure that this is already the goal.
Yeah.
A level of immersion that's never been seen before in any other game, because that's I feel like that's the path that you guys are on, regardless of project. But you know, obviously AI is a part of our future.
Yeah.
What's your perception of AI in general?
I see it as a very powerful, promising tool, right?
Yeah.
It's something that it came here to stay. You know, you see that the implementation of it is growing a lot, right? And you can project the possibilities, right? I like to think just beyond just game dev and, you know, many other aspects. We even have it today. We have a talk where you have, you know, this AI translation, real time. And this is something that 3 days ago, I didn't know that existed. I mean, I am a little bit, you know, out of the loop because, you know, I'm more into, you know, old-fashioned traditional stuff. But I was talking with my fellow presenters, and they were telling me, I was asking, hey, look, maybe we need to cut shorter the presentation because, you know, it's going to have a translation. They were like, no, it's in real time, AI. And I was like, wow, okay, boom. So I know examples like this tell you that, yeah, this is here to stay.
Yeah.
And like it or not, we need to accept it. We have, especially in art, there's a lot of controversy because, you know, we have a lot of, there's a bunch of platforms that are creating AI art and, you know, diffusion models and everything.
Yeah.
That, you know, they're not the most ethical thing because, you know, just taking works from other people, just combining them. And that creates a lot of, you know, controversy that, you know, until that is solved properly in a more ethical way, I'm not even considering, right, the use of it. But I do see that if this is used, you know, with a good purpose, in a good intention, in a good way, it's a really good tool.
It seems like while, you know, we are fundamentally storytellers, like we're here to kind of tell a story in an interactive, immersive way. You know, that maybe the uses of it are to kind of prevent people from breaking the story. That there's opportunities to allow the player to kind of do whatever they want, but the game can then sort of steer them back onto course instead of just turning off the game because you did something that will break the world.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
So I think, you know, are there any you know, further challenges that you see in terms of, like, you know, as we kind of embrace this new world, and it looks like as your responsibilities have been growing, where do you see your sort of career headed, and what other sort of challenges are you keen to kind of
Well,
explore?
definitely dealing with a lot of this type of emotions that AI is causing in people. That's a thing that I see every time there is like a new breakthrough. We have discussions about it. Hey, look, this is gonna affect us in the way we work. And the one thing that I always come back to people with is that well, this is what we're doing, right? This is our craft, and a tool is not gonna take that away from us. If anything, it should make it easier. It should make it, you know, just more nimble to for us just to produce what we want to produce, right? So I see that definitely as responsibilities grow, decisions probably will have to be made regarding, you know, on how we approach technology, how we use tools, and what's the role of people there. But I believe, you know, the foundations are there. They're not going to change. We still need people to make decisions. We still need, you know, this creative drive that even, you know, when you have everything solved out because technology is so wonderful that, you know, you click a button and you have a game done, you have to decide, right? If this is what you want or you want something different. And you always need a person for that. And the other thing that I like to compare it to is just with food, right? You don't, even though you can go to a supermarket and buy like a ready-made sandwich, sometimes you like to cook. And you feel great about it. And this is the one thing that for me making games is all about, the making, right? The experience of playing the game if it gets you inspired and motivated to do anything you want, not just making more games, but I don't know, just go out, explore the world, reinvent yourself as a person because of the character you're playing in your RPG. All this stuff is great, and this happens because of people. Yeah. Right? Technology will help to make it better, faster, but it's the people that is behind it, right?
Yeah, yeah. That is a very big, deep
yeah,
topic.
we went down the rabbit hole with this, right?
No, yeah. Well, and I guess the, just to kind of, we won't go too far down that rabbit hole, but just to ask you, like when you think about sort of the positive impact that games can have on people's lives, it's been such an interesting time with COVID, and everyone's been sort of isolated, and so they've been playing these games, and it's a way to connect people and things like that. But as we move forward as a species, what do you think, or what are your hopes for your impact?
Okay, well, we're going deeper into philosophy here.
Okay, yeah.
So I have two things. I have one interesting anecdote from a fellow artist. We're talking, just discussing stuff, and I made a comment. Well, in the end, we're doing art. It's not that we're saving the world or anything, right? It's not. I was downplaying our role, and this guy he told me, but you know what? What we do is very important. Because we're just giving people something to strive for, something to get motivation. We're also entertaining people. Imagine a life without that. And I was like, oh, it's important. Yeah. So I see that our role here, especially as the gaming industry becomes bigger, and it's taking a bigger part into entertainment. It comes with that joy that what we do is impacting people, and that responsibility that we need to be mindful about it. So that's what I see. If things continue growing, there will be equal level of joy and responsibility that needs to be balanced. But yeah, the other thing that I had in mind is just that, well, I got inspired by games into making games, and I see that other people are also just falling into this type of motivation, right? In which you can have your friends over games, right? Or a new approach to life, new findings, learning knowledge. There are so many things that this whole world can cover that it's definitely something that I think we could, as is improving, it could improve the way we live actually.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sentiment, and Shama, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for going deep into into the rabbit hole.
It's exciting to talk to.
That's
to
the way we do it.
Yeah. If you'd like to share any of your social media, where can people follow you?
You can find me as Shama Orse. I guess we can put some link or something there.
It'll be there.
Yeah,
somewhere.
But I have Instagram, ArtStation. From there, we quickly communicate for any questions. If you want to dive deeper into the philosophy of entertainment art, here we are.
Yeah, great. All right.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
this is our game Dustbreakers. It's a roguelike, shooter roguelike, where you kind of just go through the dungeons, kill a bunch of Gerbils, that's the creature you see in the game, collect resources, and try to survive, because it is a roguelike game. So if you die permanently. You lose your progression in game, other than the permanent progression stuff. So yeah, so here you can pick up augments, which is kind of like power-ups, bonus that will help you in the run.
Got it. Okay, so Steven's moving very quickly
Yeah.
through the
He's really
the
good
menus.
at this game.
And so,
Yeah.
yeah, so maybe you can describe a little bit about the story here in the world and where we are.
Okay, so Dustbreakers is set in a distant future. If you're interested in all the lore, you can check our website, dustbreakers.gg. There's a bunch of lore stuff there. I personally love our lore. Basically, you play as a Duskbreaker. The Dusk is a spaceship that kind of like hovered around Earth in like the distant future. But it had all the resources that humans need to survive. Because at this point, Earth is like inhabitable. They're trying to survive.
Uninhabitable?
What did I say?
Inhabitable.
Uninhabitable.
At this point, Earth is inhabitable.
At this point, Earth is uninhabitable. Inhabitable.
Got
See,
it.
it's a harder word to say.
Yes.
But yes, thank you, Alex. So the Earthlings, they were like, oh, what is this spaceship? So they did have the technology to kind of explore and then kind of extract resources from the dusk, as humans do. And they were able to find things on there that helped them augment their current technology and help them survive more. So that's the whole lore premise.
Got it. And so the art style looks fantastic.
Thank you.
I really like the kind of, it's almost like painted, but
Yeah,
so
it is what we were going for, like a kind of painterly style.
Yeah. Can you talk about a little bit about maybe your team and so you guys are based in well, you're primarily based in Taiwan.
Primarily, so our studio, our game studio, is primarily based in Taiwan. Our game devs are here, but we are a global team. We have around 50 to 60 people, and then the studio here has around 20. So you can tell that we have like other engineers elsewhere. So our company is founded by Kevin, who is the co-founder and COO of Twitch, ex-COO of Twitch, and he founded MetaTheory, our company. Yeah.
Okay, so he's got a bunch of different augments here. So
Yeah.
there's like sprint and so obviously as you're playing through. And in any kind of roguelike, as you get stuck, you start to realize, oh, these are the things that I need to upgrade.
Yeah, wow. You know your games. You said it so well. You should try playing our game. By the way, the game is free to play right now on
Really?
PC and Mac. So yeah, you can play on your Mac.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So folks can get it. Where can we get it?
It's on our website. It's not on Steam or Epic or anything like that. Just because we are a Web3 blockchain game. We do have NFTs, like you can buy our breakers on OpenSea and all that. But the game is free to play. You do not have to have any Web3 integration to play our game right now. Yeah, and we do run like competitions online. Like check our Discord if you want to win some cash prizes. You can come along, join the community, and yeah, join in on the fun. Yeah.
And so. What are the majority of the team doing here in Taiwan? You said about 20 people here, and so what are they comprised of? Is it engineers?
Oh yeah, so we have a game dev team here. It's about like there's 3 designers and a producer, and then about 3 engineers. There is also like 3 to 4 artists, and then the rest of the team is actually we also have an animation studio that helps with our animation. There's a couple cutscenes and then our trailers. We do a lot of 3D modeling work. Dustbreakers is one of our IPs. We are working on other IPs as well within MetaTheory.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you said you have an animation studio.
Yeah.
Does that mean you also do animation in addition to?
Well, the animation studio helps out with our game production and our IP brand production as well. So, but I just said animation studio because it's easier to differentiate in that way.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it feels like, you know, a lot of the creative aspects are happening here, as opposed to like the engineering components.
Actually, for game dev, our engineers are here,
Okay.
but we have our own launcher, and then we have our own website. So we have other engineers spread it out across the world.
Okay.
So we are a remote company first.
Gotcha.
Yeah, remote first company. However they said it.
Yeah. So spread out across the world.
Yeah.
So are you guys? Where are you guys located? Where's the rest of the team?
There's a lot in U.S. of course, and then there's some in Europe. There's some in Philippines, I think. No, I know there's some in Philippines. I was thinking, where in Europe? Because they're all spread it out. Yeah, there's spread out in North America and Europe. Yeah, I think there's one in Thailand as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how does the, you know, in a rogue like how does the story kind of progress in this?
In the game, there's actually, in the run, I want to say there's not much like story elements within right now. This is, in traditional gaming, I think this would consider like a mini game experience, an arcade experience. Mostly our lore and our story exists on our website. We do have an online webcomic. So if y'all want to check it out, it's really cool. I love the art and I love the story. And there's some NFT canonization happening inside. I'm not sure how familiar you are with NFTs, but yeah, so if you own an NFT, like before we had competitions where people would compete to have their NFT character canonized in our universe. So, and then they'll be written in our webcomics.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that seems like a major part of the game. Is it NFT or what's it? Yes. I was just thinking of crypto or something.
I mean, yeah, that's part of Web3, right? Cryptocurrency, NFTs, blockchain.
Okay, yeah, blockchain. So how is all of that kind of integrated? So you said you can have a character, NFT character.
Yeah.
What else? Are there items, things like that? How does that work?
So right now, our NFTs, you can get the characters, you can get the gribbles, but you don't need those to play the game. So the game is completely free to play, but if you want to be super immersed into our lore, our story world, you can potentially get an NFT and then participate in that way. If you're one of our holders, you do get special perks and utility in the future. So that means like maybe you can help shape how the game looks in the future, how the story world progresses. We're still looking at meaningful ways on how to integrate in that way in Web3 and NFT and blockchain. So yeah, come join in on the fun if you all are interested. Yeah. Or if you don't want to, you can just hop in Discord and just ask a bunch of questions. We were happy to answer as well.
Yeah, that seems like obviously a very new concept for games, is the inclusion of blockchain.
I think for the games industry as a whole, Web3 is very nascent, it's very new. There's different initiatives that's happening right now within Web3, but I understand like if you're coming from like traditional gaming, this could be a little overwhelming, but if you're open to it, we're happy to have you as well.
This is amazing. The visual style of this is really amazing. It's really beautiful. The effects are great. I love the art style.
Yeah, actually we have a really good game dev team. Our team came from the original development team for Legend of Tianding. I don't know if you know that game.
Oh yeah, I was just talking about that yesterday. The studio shut down, right? Or something happened.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know the specifics, but we do have the main producer and designer of the game and part of the dev team in our company that's developed the Duskbreakers for us, and also part of the ever-changing world of Dustbreakers.
Literally, we were just talking about it yesterday, and one of the questions was, I wonder what happened to that team.
They're here. What?
Yeah. We've closed the loop.
Nice.
This is fantastic.
Yeah. So the guy who actually spearheaded Tianding Maso is actually our senior producer. So he led the development of this game, actually. He's here, but he's listening to one of the forum's speakers right now. So I'm here just in place of that.
Okay, so that looked like your animation studio.
Yeah.
Your animation team.
Our animation team did that.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. So you do get a result page, and then you can see your total time, and then your the time it took you to defeat the boss. So you can see we do have speedrun competitions that can spin out from this. Yeah, and then you can check your time on the leaderboard if you made it on the leaderboard or not. Yeah.
And so this is kind of a living game. This is something that you guys are looking to kind of keep supporting and growing.
Yeah, definitely. This is our current flagship game that we're running live events for. Yeah. We do have something coming up soon, so look forward.
Okay.
Join our Discord
Join the
if
Discord
you want to know.
out.
Yeah, to find out more what's coming up next.
Yeah, awesome.
Our Dustbreakers world is still evolving. It's ever changing. Please, we would love to hear feedback from the community. We like to build with community in mind. We are doing our public iteration mode, which is kind of building with the community in tandem while we're developing. So community voice actually helps shape our game a lot. So
how long has this game been out?
It was live on April 20th.
Oh wow, so it's almost brand new. So any feedback that that folks give is going to be taken quite seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
That's great. So yeah, if you're playing this game, you can be a part of its development.
Yeah.
Into the future.
Come everybody.
Yeah, everybody get in this game.
It's free. It's free to play.
Great. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Yeah, giving us a look at what's being developed here in Taiwan. It's really great looking game, and excited to especially the Web3 component, see how that develops, and because that is like the new frontier of game development.
I just said that yesterday to somebody else. Yeah, I think it's so new. So there is a lot of bad actors in the space, but to be able to filter out that noise and then still build, try to go through your roots and then build a quality game, I think it's really important.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, I don't have a ton of experience, so I'm not sure who the bad actors you are talking about are, but I can imagine with any new technology, there are the people who just try to kind of jump on it as quickly as possible and kind of take advantage of it. So
that's spot on. You don't even need to know, and then you know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Cool. Great. Well, thank you so much, and best of luck with the game. We're going to check it out for sure, and
thanks.
Everybody head on over to, what was the?
Dustbreakers.gg. That's our game website. Yeah.
Great. We'll have that there.
Will you really?
Yeah, we'll leave it there for a little while.
If there isn't, it's okay.
So you can play it now for free on Mac and PC.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alex.
Yeah, thank you.
So my name is Hui, and I'm doing marketing and business in gaming for the past five and a half years. So I basically do VR and mobile and also international collaboration. That's how we made with wonderful York.
Oh. And I'm Wonderful Yug. That's actually my name. And it's my rapper name. Not very popular, but no, we met. I'm a director, producer, and also like a publisher of games now. And our collaboration, our first collaboration, was in a game called The Last Worker, which actually ended up being the only game in competition at the 78th Venice Film Festival, and it was a narrative, like first-person VR, PC and console game, and it was actually a collaboration with a team in Taiwan. So I got a grant from Taipai, which is a Taiwanese institution, and thanks to that we ended up working together with a team of artists here as well. So that's how I fell in love with this country. So it's really amazing to be back here. Since this was during the pandemic actually, and then last year I released a little spin-off of that game, The Last Worker, for the Playdate. I don't know if you know the Playdate, the little game system with the crank, the Panics games. So I did that with my childhood hero, Frédéric Renal, the creator of Alone in the Dark and Little Big Adventure, sorry, and also Toy Commander on Dreamcast, which is a great game. And now we're working on our next game together, which we haven't yet announced. And then I released a game together with Sega, based on their IP, on a game called Cosmic Smash, which was also a Dreamcast game. Brought it back into VR, and it's basically squash in space with incredible music. It's a full-body VR game for PlayStation VR 2. Now it's also on Quest and on Pico headsets. And next week we'll be at Bid Summit in Kyoto, where we'll be showing off this game on PS5, because it's actually entering a new dimension, which is the flat screen. So yes, it's been a busy year.
Wow, fantastic. So you met when you were working with the Taiwanese art team here.
Yes.
Yes, I was co-founder of a VR company called Pumpkin VR, and now I'm the consultant for their international marketing and business development.
Wow. Okay. And so, how's that been going so far? Because obviously, doing your own international marketing and publishing is tricky.
It is tricky. I mean, it's all tricky, right? I mean, it's like today, for instance, we see that Microsoft or Xbox, whatever, announced that, that introducing a new price tier for Game Pass. I don't know if you saw that, but now it's become incomprehensible. I have no idea what the hell's going on. Like, you can either get the plus, extra, minus, premium, whatever, and you get this, and you get the other thing, or whatever. So clearly they're struggling, right? And if they're struggling,
just say it out.
the trickle-down madness is currently palpable, right? And we can feel it everywhere. So it doesn't matter whether you're an established publisher or an indie. Like, we're all ultimately having to push our games through the same funnel, which is these algorithmically driven landfills called Steam and whatever, right?
Yeah.
There, because they're not really stores anymore, are they?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if you walked into a sort of supermarket and there were like Rotten Tomatoes next to the sort of okay ones, the ones that were sort of like frozen for 7 months. And I mean, if you saw that in there, you'd go like, come on now, like, come on, which one, right? And this is what game stores are. They're just impossible landfills.
It doesn't feel very curated
No.
these days.
No.
No, definitely not.
No, it's not. There's no human curation whatsoever. And, and you also talk to people within the platforms, as they call themselves, even though, we don't really get to stand on them, even though they're called platforms, and technically, by definition, we should.
Yeah.
We're getting crushed by them, but they're also, like, crushing themselves under their own weight, because they don't even know what to do with all that weight anymore.
Right.
So we're having that situation right now.
So does this, in some sense, create an opportunity for you guys? Is that, like, do you see that then as, like, okay, there's a way to stand out here?
Yeah, exactly. Because, I think in gaming industry, we are also embrace a new business model. It's not just about selling, or it's not about marketing, but also about how to produce a new title with like a responsible budget and human approach, etc. So even though those platforms are crushing, which is what they are doing right now. I'm so sorry for that. But also, this is a new opportunity, a new era for all the indie game developer or indie game studios.
Yeah.
It is the human touch indeed is the thing that's important. It's like, especially now that we're all freaking out about AI this, AI that, and Web3 this and Web3 that, and you know, is Xbox going to collapse and whatever. I mean, all of those things are true and they're also nonsense all at the same time. It doesn't matter. Like the one thing that you do see though, and the reason why games are kind of stagnant in some ways, and why Xbox is not growing in sort of in subscriber base and stuff, and why they have to now try to milk and push more money out of their existing subscribers and stuff, and it's because people in the real world out there actually want to get back to it. You know, I think you can feel that there's a need for people to be part of something meaningful, like of live events, of going out for a walk in nature and all this kind of stuff. And how can we now also infuse our games with that feeling of both being more human, of being an event, something you actually want to be a part of, rather than something that's just sort of like pushing really lazy FOMO buttons, which no longer work. Because if everything is vying for attention, nothing will get it anymore.
Yeah.
So now things have to have meaning, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, it certainly seems like the indie space is really where it's at. You know, I just looking at the more traditional games that were kind of announced during the summer. There was a feeling of a lack of creativity, that it's kind of, we're getting the same thing that we've gotten.
Yeah.
Whereas the indie space feels like it's exploding. There's all kinds of new experiences, and all very competing at a very, very high level. But like you said, it is a bit like there's a lot of noise in there too. So if, you know, how do we get heard above the noise? You know, what are maybe some of your strategies or techniques that you guys
Actually, it's funny because I just gave talk about marketing, and what we talk about is marketing dead? Well, we are traditional marketing is dead. So we have created a new approach to build up the marketing model for gaming. And this marketing model is actually a community-driven model. So we start from the community itself and to find the core gameplay and to find our target market and our target audience. And starting from that, we can you know, spread the word and let people know about our game. And this approach, this kind of model can only be done or can only be put into place by indie game studio or indie game developers.
Because people don't trust brands anymore. Even though brands are like, right now brands have become so devalued that they have to buy each other for $69 billion.
Yeah.
Like when you buy something for that much money, it means it has no value anymore. It's over. Like when Microsoft bought Skype for $8 billion, Skype died.
Yeah.
Like after a couple of years. And the same is going to happen here because people are just kind of struggling right now financially all over the world.
Yeah.
And if you're going to buy something for that much money, you should give it to me for free, mate. Because like you had it, you know, you had that money. Why do I want to get the benefit from this? Why do I have to pay more for this premium plus extra whatever?
Yeah.
So it's the community that matters. I mean, Larian, whom you quoted, you know, the head of publishing from Larian during the talk is you know, he said marketing is dead because, you know, the way they approached it with Baldur's Gate 3 was very different. I mean, they were diligently building community, right? They're diligently talking to the players. They're bringing them in. And they're, you know, same with Hades. Like there's a bunch of games that have done that brilliantly over the last few years. Because it is ultimately about players, and it's about finding your audience. And there's 8 billion people on the planet.
Yeah.
Like, you know, find them in the long path of making the game, as opposed to, you know, like at the end they're doing this bottom down. Hey, look at this ad. Is it great? Like it? Cool. You know. At the same time, the danger for us indies is if you're going to make the next big original thing, if you show it off early to the community, there's always the danger that someone else might steal it and release a sort of mobile game copy of it. Right?
Yeah, right.
We've seen that with Fall Guys and Stumble Guys. We've seen that with Vampire Survivors and Survivor.io. We've seen it with Donut County and Hole.io. Right? Yeah. There's been so that's the tricky part. How do you build communities and audiences without getting your ideas stolen and nicked by someone else?
Yeah.
Because if you're truly original and truly making something that's going to be the next big thing, do you hold on to it like the old days, NDAs and everything else?
Yeah.
When do you release it? So it's a lottery, and I don't think there's as soon as there starts to become a formula for success, everything dies anyway, and it's over at that point. Yeah. So we have to. What is the key to it? It's like be original, be bold, give a shit, care about people, work with people that make you smile, and make everything delightful.
Yeah. As we kind of look into the future, and obviously there's all these layoffs, there's AI, it's a mess. How do you think we come out of this in a kind of healthy way?
Well, because I'm a marketing business person, so I speak for marketing business. Well, I'm very I think this is this is something we need to cover it with, because AI or this technology can definitely be of help to, it's either to create a new tagline or new copy, but if we look back to our conversation or to our new community model, it's all about human. So from my point of view, I will we start with human approach, start with creativity, and then we use AI, we use all this technology to help us to optimize our creation, to help optimize whatever we want to do. But they are just your assistant. You can be replaced, and it's not just about people who you work with, but also your titles, your work.
I completely agree. I mean, Michelangelo, when he painted the Sistine Chapel, he had a bunch of assistants climbing up ladders. Most of them were little boys. They were probably treated very, very badly. And go like, bummer. If AI had to do that job instead, if only we could have little boys climbing up ladders being treated like shit. And if you think about how a lot of games with like 400, 500 people working in crunch time have to work on games look at The Last of Us, right? I mean, it's an incredible game, right? Sure, but it's a game that has a new HD remake coming out every 2 years. And I don't know how sort of, intellectually and also creatively stimulating it must be for someone to do an HD remake of a game. It's like, just rework those textures and res them up. Okay, great. I mean, there's certain things that actually would benefit from having AI do it, because fuck, those people should be working on something original, so that fulfills their soul, right?
Yeah.
So I think that in the next couple of years, we're going to start seeing HD remakes done by AI. It will fill the pockets of big corp, it will be a cynical exercise, but at the same time, hopefully people go like, you know what, I don't want a fucking remake. I want to see the original stuff. I want the indies. I want those people that show up here and have passion in their eyes when they talk about it, and whose names I can see online, who actually are represented not by a logo, but by a human. Mm-hmm. And so I think technology is a tool, let's not get scared by it. And in this sort of collapse, as the waves are crashing down right now, let's surf.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well said. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And if people want to find you, how can they find you? I'm going to put a lower third.
Well, you can find me on LinkedIn.
LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's my name. Here's my URL. Here's a QR code.
Okay, fantastic.
And I'm probably the most vocal on Twitter or X Twitter. And it's at New York, NEWJORG. And I'm on there. I'm on LinkedIn and all the other jazz as well. So anyway, see you on there.
All right.
Thanks all.
See you there.
阿弟，阿爸家母要出门上班啊哦，你的早顿放伫客厅，爱记得食哦。
We're going to take a look at Ghost Pressing Bad. We're here with Kid, who's the developer, and Shen is going to help with translating where necessary. Okay. So, yeah, if you want to tell us a little bit about the game, that would be fantastic. Explain Ghost Pressing Bad.
Okay.
It's a story that based on his personal experience.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And really? So he really want to share his feeling about when he faced this situation.
Really? Okay. So what we're talking about here is I think that this is called like The Visitor or something along those lines. It's the feeling of being paralyzed in bed but being awake. What's it called? Sleep paralysis? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Sleep paralysis. And then you have this feeling or sensation that there's a figure or a ghost that's kind of moving towards you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's terrifying. So let's, should we take a look at the game?
Yeah. Oh, this is my game prototype.
Prototype. Okay.
Yeah. Game time about 10 minutes.
Okay. So this is like a demo so far, and the game is still in development.
Yes, it's a demo. 然后这边会需要翻译吗？我可能会需要你帮我翻译一下。
OK， 好，你说这边讲的时候。
对，有字幕的话。
好。So I need to translate the.
No.
Okay.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Let's see what
好，
happens.
那可以讲个大概，因为他感觉问说这里是哪里。
Yeah. So.
You don't. It's a dream. And he can move his body. What happened?
So what's being said here?
He said he don't know what happened.
Oh, okay.
And he want to go to eat breakfast.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna guess he wanted to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
That's usually what I do first thing in the morning.
现在有办法进去那个吗 ？bathroom 厕所吗？
哦 ，bathroom。OK， 可以。
他说他玩这种游戏都会想要进去厕所。OK， it's okay to go in.
Oh, there's a bathroom. Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
好，这边是厨房，但试玩版还没有放内容。
Here is kitchen, but still nothing here because it's demo.
Okay, so there needs to be some new models and art. Oh, he's got a big apartment.
然后这边是客厅。
Yeah, breakfast.
Yeah. Oh, the newspaper said there will be students and jump from the building.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
Students jumping from the building.
Yeah. Parents' room.
Oh, the parents. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's open.
He decided not to open it. 你的这个主角有性别吗？
有，预测是，其实这个就是我自己亲身经历的，
okay,
所以主角预测是男生。
Okay.
Okay, turn on the PC, play some video games.
好，这边我们接下来去找主机线，就是他妈妈把主机线藏在客厅。
哦，
我自己先。好，主机线在这里。
Okay.
And now he had to go back to his room.
Okay. Yeah.
And he feels that the time passed too fast, and he decided to go sleep.
Is he gonna go to sleep? Are you gonna close the door?
Yeah, and he
There's
forgot
that monster
to
over
turn
there.
off the lights.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. Huh.
Yesterday has he been to the building that the girls jumped down from,
Oh. Yikes.
and he can't move again.
Oh no. Ah.
Okay, this is my demo version.
Okay. Wow. So, and so this is slightly autobiographical. This is based on something that has happened to you.
Yeah.
In your life. How often have you had that experience?
About 1 month, twice.
Twice a month?
对 yeah.
一个月2次。
对
Consistently? Like this is an ongoing?
我说这是持续的吗？还是
不间断的，有时候可能比较累，1个月会比较多。
现在还有吗？
还有。
Oh, he says if he's too tired, then it will happen.
It will happen.
And still.
Wow. Yeah, so that's obviously a terrifying experience, especially the first time that kind of thing happens. Is the game kind of a puzzle game? Like you have to like what's the genre of game that you're making?
我是想要营造一个解谜恐怖氛围，但其实里面也会有关于霸凌，因为那女生她是因为霸凌跳楼自杀的，所以想要宣传一些关于霸凌的事情。
Oh, he said that it is a puzzle game, but he wants to talk about the bullying.
Bullying?
Yeah, because the girl is died because of she was bullied by others.
Okay, yeah. So that's obviously a very important topic, and I think I guess one of the questions I have in general, maybe in relation to Taiwan, because you're touching on themes of like mental health, right? So bullying is something that happens in a lot of places, but it obviously affects people, and in a culture where there maybe isn't a lot of emphasis on mental health or support for mental health, maybe that can lead to things like suicide.
Yeah.
So is that something that is a problem in Taiwan, the mental health issues?
现在在台湾一定是可以被提及的事情，但是如果正在进行中的，可能就不一定，因为台湾可能被霸凌者他比较不善于去表达，所以才会导致很多悲剧。
We both think that we can talk this topic in Taiwan, and we don't have to afraid about that. Others will think it's our fault, but when we still get bullied and it's continue happens, but I think we still still don't know how to do, and will be afraid of talk to others when God bullies ourselves.
Okay, so it's a topic that there isn't much support for kind of resolving or helping.
Yeah, we can get support, but
what happened to us, we still feel confused and don't know whether we should talk to others.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. That's amazing to make a game that sort of feels like a horror game, which is obviously a very popular genre. So something that a lot of people would consume or be attracted to and want to play. But for it to have this much greater meaning to help people who are both being bullied and also bullying is a very powerful. It's a very good use of like video games, and so when you were thinking about making a video game, obviously this was like a very important topic to you, and so you wanted to prioritize that sort of message, communicating that to people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you? Is this your first game?
Oh no, my first game is a 2D 横向卷轴座 horizontal game. It's like Mega Man.
Oh, Mega Man. Okay,
Yeah.
like a platformer, 2D platformer.
2D platform.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, and how many games have you made at this point?
2 games.
2 games.
Yes.
Is this the second game or?
Yes, this is second game.
Okay. Okay. Wow. So, and are you working with a team?
No, 现在我一个人。
Oh, no, it's only
Just by yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. And so obviously there's with a kind of spooky horror game, there's a lot of things like sound is very important, right? So you do all the sound and music and art and everything yourself?
他说就是全部都是你包办的嘛，就包含音效、美术那些。
目前除了音乐跟部分是用素材，音效的话是请我女朋友录的，因为她有配音。
Oh, he said, sound, expel sound is all by himself, and his girlfriend make some kinds of sound in this game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's working, his girlfriend's doing the sound for the game.
That's right.
Okay, and how does she feel about this game?
她觉得如何吗？
对，他觉得。
她因为我女朋友很喜欢恐怖题材，所以她也是很开心在协助我做这个游戏。
Oh, her girlfriends really love to play horror games.
Oh, really?
Very supportive.
Okay, so she's obviously then helping with the design of the game as well, to make it as scary as possible. Is that right?
他说你女朋友就是有尽量让这个游戏变得更可怕，还有帮助你在设计方面。
有，因为那个女鬼的配音就是她。那我们尝试很多次。
The sounds of the ghost in this game is his girlfriend's sounds, and they try lots of times to make it better.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so I have a sound company, and my wife is always ends up being a monster or something. Yeah. So, what platforms are you making this game for?
Work on PC, and now it's on the Steam page.
Okay, so you have wish lists?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So wish list the game.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very
Awesome.
much.
Thank you.
So we're here at S-Light Bookstore.
Yeah.
And I think something that is unique about Taiwanese bookstores is that people will come here and read the whole book and kind of stay 24 hours.
Yeah.
Seeing as it's open 24 hours, reading.
It's like a library.
Yeah.
Is that fresh for foreigner? It's normal for us.
It's slightly unusual. I think that the hope and expectation is for the book store owner is that you actually purchase the book, but that seems like a unique Taiwanese cultural trait to allow the public to come and kind of absorb knowledge from the bookstore.
When I was a student, I like to read art book, design book, and something like logo design and how to improve my watercolor something. You can read a lot of book and learn here. One day I met the owner of a slide, and like 10 years ago, I worked with him and said, I'm so appreciate you make this amazing brand. It's like, handshake. and it affected me a lot as a design student. And he think like 5 seconds, like a poker face. And suddenly like, oh, hey, you're gonna be a someone powerful or something, and say goodbye to me and walk.
Yeah.
It's like very, very high something, you know. And he passed away a few years ago, and now the owner is his daughter.
Okay.
And for now, I'm still very thankful for him to build this amazing brand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also to kind of preserve that kind of culture.
Yeah.
To allow people, especially students, to come and read and educate themselves and not feel pressured into buying things that they can't really afford at that point in their career.
Yeah, and actually, a few years ago, some news says they have a financial problem because maybe the cost is too high. Some big companies support them.
They help to kind of finance
the
bookstore, keep it going. Okay, so come to Taiwan, check out the bookstores.
Yeah, and 24 hours.
24 hours.
Chill vibe.
Yeah. Yes, it's a very, very relaxing environment.
Yeah.
It's like a spa. It's very zen. Let's talk about how you got into the games industry and where you started.
It's a long story. Okay, so I actually studied animation like in the beginning, and of course, in the early stage, I actually didn't know like what I want to do. But animation it was something that I was interested in, and then later I found out about like project management and then also producer. So in the beginning, I didn't know what producer is. I heard about the title, but I didn't know what I need to do like, as a producer. But it's just like random luck or just a like random opportunity, and I was given an opportunity to work as a like art producer. Because of my background like in animation and also like project management, it's a good combination to get started, and that's how I got into the more like producer side. Yeah, but in the beginning it was actually very tough to get into the game industry because it was like right after the 2008 disaster.
Yeah. The or what was it? The housing
the
crisis.
Yeah, the recession. So it was like 2009. So it's still bad.
Yeah.
And as a new graduate, it's very hard to kind of jump in because you have other like more experienced people looking for work.
Right.
And so that was really difficult. And also I'm an introvert, so I actually forced myself to volunteer at events.
Oh, right.
And yeah, so and I actually that's actually how I found my first job.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So forced yourself.
Yes.
Was that? Did anyone give you that advice to sort of say, hey, you just sort of discovered on your own?
Because
maybe...
like I need to survive, right?
Yeah.
And those like a financial stress.
Okay.
So yeah, so like I have to do something because if you just wait there, like opportunities are not come to you. Like they don't come to you. Like you have to find it. So I forced
the fish
myself.
Isn't going to catch itself.
Yeah.
Right.
So I forced myself to volunteer, and it was tough. It was tough, but looking back, I'm proud.
Yeah. Well, and so how? I mean, you said a couple of things there. Like you started in animation. So that's one thing, but then you said it was difficult to get into games. So does that mean you were passionate about animation and games when you were growing up?
Or? Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so it's I think one of the like Taiwanese RPG. Yeah.
What was it that motivated you to kind of start your company or your consulting business?
Yeah. So I think it's during the COVID time, like people are working, like everyone's like working from home, and so I was actually looking for things to do.
Oh, really?
just at home, and I was looking for like kind of opportunity to help students, and then I got like an email from one of the school that I attended before, and they kind of they were looking for industry professional, like volunteer, to be mentors, and that's how I kind of get started. Like I become a mentor, and I mentor a few people, and also they also hosted like webinars or like events, virtual events at that time. So I was on one of the like industry panels. So just trying to find things to do at home.
Yeah, yeah.
and the video chat, it helps a lot. And also just trying to find virtual events to attend.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
At home, and I just like, I enjoyed it. I tried to, then I realized, there's actually many people that they need help. They want help, but they don't know where to get it.
Yeah.
And there might not be enough people to offer help.
Yeah.
So and again, thinking back from my own experience when I first started, it was really, really difficult, and because I didn't have any professional connection there. I started from basically zero.
Yeah.
And forced myself to
to
gain connection.
So is this to help people kind of looking to have a career in the industry, or is it also helping businesses?
It's both.
It's both?
It's both, yeah. So originally, I kind of want to focus more on helping individuals and train them, not just the game production things, but also like soft skills, like being a better manager. There's a lot of managers who they didn't get training, like proper training, and that's like affecting the team's efficiency.
So what are some of the common problems that managers have nowadays?
Common problems. Well, first, like, don't be the problem yourself, and that's actually a big portion, because I was preparing for my talk later this afternoon, and I actually found data about like how the percentage of managers who didn't get proper training. Oh, it's not a game industry. It's more like overall, overall percentage. You want to guess the percentage?
80%.
Oh, you're really close. 82. If
Really?
I remember correctly.
Wow, that's just based on my experience and cynical mind.
Yeah. Good experience.
Wow.
Yeah, so you know. So
I know how bad managers can be firsthand.
Yeah, and I think the other, I was like looking for, reading some articles, and I think one of the articles mentioned that probably a third of employees leave their job because of bad managers. And, and also the highest value from training, like in the HR initiative, probably recently, not sure, is training managers. Because
highest value?
Yeah, it kind of deliver the highest value.
Oh, it's like the biggest impact that you can have on a company is to train managers.
To train managers.
Wow.
Because imagine like the people who are doing the work, the individual contributors, or even the middle managers. Like managers, they have managers.
Yeah.
So your entire middle part of the company is managers.
Yeah. Yeah, and that to me personally was my fear, was that if I entered somewhere in the middle, the
sandwich.
Basically all I could do was kind of get to somewhere else in the middle, because if I didn't have the experience of actually making a thing, and I was relying on everybody else to make the thing, and I had no idea of what that experience was like, how could I ever like lead properly? I mean, how could you ever be a manager to begin with? That seems very difficult. But then, if I was one day gonna want to have my own company or run my own business, how then could I have that experience? So it seemed to me a better idea to actually work as an artist and kind of get that experience first.
I think depends on what kind of manager. There are definitely managers that they need technical skills. So those are like technical managers.
Yeah.
And it's expected that they must have technical skill.
Yeah.
So there are like different type of managers, but the ones that I'm not a technical person, but I still lead the team, and of course I have to rely on the experts, the subject matter experts, and I have to rely on the lead from every discipline, like from programming, from art, from design. So I have to kind of work through them to deliver.
You say that like it's nothing. You have to rely on the experts, as if it's so obvious and it should be implied. But this is an area that I came up with 80% for a reason, right? It's like an area that I think that a lot of people don't recognize, that you do have to rely on those experts. But that's why I asked you the question of, did you think that experience kind of being an artist, because you understand the world from their perspective.
It helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, it helps.
So when you sort of arrive at that, you have to rely on the was there ever a revelation? It sounds like you just always knew that,
Yeah, but I think my situation is a little bit different, because I already realized that animation is not my thing.
Right.
So I can let go.
Yeah.
But definitely a lot of people who are like individual contributors, and maybe they get promoted and to become a manager, and they cannot let go. And that's and then being promoted to become a manager is actually another data I found is the #1 reason people get promoted is because you were doing a great job at your previous job, which is not managing people, and then that's how you get promoted. But after promotion, they don't get training, so not everyone can figure it out by themselves, and not everyone can let go of their what they were doing best, or they have to watch somebody maybe not as good as them to do the job that they could do. So
it seems like that wanting other people to wanting other people to succeed and wanting for other people to grow and kind of nurturing other people's talent and creativity becomes a very important part of the role of being a manager, which is a very different point of view or state of mind from being that individual contributor where the focus is really on you, right? So you're feeling very intense pressure to actually deliver, and there's a lot of pride in that kind of work. So it sounds like people have a hard time transitioning. And so is that sort of part of like the solution there is management training, or?
Yeah, I think they need, because not everybody realize that, and it takes time to actually let go.
Yeah.
So but they first have to realize that that's what they need to do.
Do you think that there's some people who, for them, their personality type does not allow them to?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And I actually I observed probably multiple people who kind of transition to a manager role and then tried it and then didn't like it.
Yeah.
And then come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't want to deal with people.
Right.
Yeah. So So and everybody is different.
Yeah.
So yeah, some people I don't want to deal with people. I just want to do my art or my programming, my design.
Yeah. So that also seems like it might have been a challenge for you because, as you said, you're an introverted person, which is by definition someone who doesn't really enjoy other people's company as much as they enjoy their own company. And, so was that something you had to work on yourself?
Yes. Yeah. So I train myself to communicate better. And I think something that helps me a lot is I try to come from a place that I'm trying to help my team. I'm trying to help you, either an artist or a programmer or designer. I'm trying to help you do your job and make your job easier so that we can collectively create a good game. And so and helping people makes me happy. So I use that as like my core, I guess, mindset as a starting point.
When was the first time you noticed that you were getting the feeling that you were actually helping somebody and seeing them succeed, and then sort of getting a positive feeling about that?
It's during the pandemic when I started mentoring.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that was really the first time where you saw the impact of helping other people.
Yeah, it's like really obvious.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, I can help people just by talking.
Yeah. I feel like that emotion, that feeling is much greater than your own sort of individual pride, right? That goes into creating a piece of work. That when you compare the feeling of having somebody else succeed that you've helped, and so you see a direct relationship between what you have done and their success.
Yeah.
That the feeling of pride that you get from that is much greater than
me doing my
you doing your work.
Yes, because it's like you are making other people's life better.
Yeah.
So yeah, I attended many like virtual events, and I remember one person said, "You might not be able to change the world, but you can change one world," and that really kind of stick with me.
Yep.
Yeah, I can change somebody's world to make it a little bit better, or make the world a little bit better just by changing, one person. And it's a huge deal for them.
Yep.
For us, it might not be a lot, but it's great for them.
Yeah. No, I think also everybody remembers the first person who helped them, especially kind of get started in a career. And so it is incredibly meaningful and powerful. So as you work now with consulting, both helping people get into the industry and other sort of established businesses, how do you I guess how do you sort of find clients, and how has this gone for you?
So I just started a few months ago.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of doing like a trial period.
Okay.
So I'm not actually looking for new clients right now. I'm basically testing.
Okay.
Testing. So I only currently work with the people that I know. It's an easier entry point.
Yeah.
So the person that I'm teaching, the HR person, she was one of my mentees during the pandemic.
Yeah.
And you never know when they will come back to you and actually help you too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because her background is HR.
And, right. Yeah.
And she worked in her previous job, she was in the talent development. Sector.
Oh wow. Okay.
So it's like you're trying to come to my way, trying to be a producer in game, and I'm trying to.
Yeah,
I'm trying to go your way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she can give me feedback, just being a student. I'm teaching her the game production.
Yeah.
And then
She's teaching you then how to connect with.
You never know. And this kind of coincidence actually happened multiple times already. Even this year.
Oh really? Yeah. So it sort of seems like word of mouth is mainly, and the connections that you have. As we sort of look into the future with game development and the sorts of problems that we've obviously had such a difficult time. It sort of almost feels like a repeat of the collapse of the studio system of the film industry. The way that, not being around then, but that happened between the 40s and the 60s. It was like this long process, and how the games industry has kind of since, the console industry starting to suffer, and it's been this long process, and now this year we've had enormous layoffs, and so there's so much change that has happened. For people who are established in the industry, their future, looks different if they've been spending 20 years at a company and now are looking for a new job. Whether or not they kind of go back into that or start something new or fall out of the industry. I mean, there's so many possibilities of what happens. It seems like your expert advice becomes very valuable to people at this moment. What do you see kind of happening? And
yeah, it's definitely a tough situation, and it's really sad to see, because I'm pretty active on LinkedIn, and it's like almost every week, and sometimes back to back, like today, tomorrow, and then there's like multiple news about some company shut down or another big layoff somewhere, and a lot of people, like experienced people and great people, they are still looking for work, and it's been several months, and I can't imagine like that's tough on their mental.
Yeah.
So I just hope that they can get through it, and some people might need to temporarily find some other opportunities outside of the game industry, maybe as a temporary solution.
Yeah.
But I think one of the greatest thing about the game industry is the community, like the professional community, and I can see on LinkedIn that there are people get together, they just by themselves, and then they put together a bunch of great resources to help people look for jobs or sign out as a mentor.
Yeah.
So there's this kind of initiative, and it's all organized by the professionals in the industry. So I think that's one amazing thing about the game industry is that people try to help each other.
Yeah. Do you think we're moving more towards, I mean, especially now that you're trying this out, being a consultant, do you think we're moving more to a kind of gig culture where, the outcome of the film studio system collapse was that everything sort of became project-based, which seems to be the nature of game development, at least in the sort of big studio type game development anyway. Like people are employed for a project,
Yeah, so I heard about the gig culture, and there might be a portion that's going in that direction, but there's also the population is getting older, and then there's going to be labor shortage, or in some countries already. So eventually, you need people to work. Like if you use the gig culture, then you don't have people kind of staying as a long term, and I think that will hurt the business. Like like when it comes to like labor shortage, that you want the people to stay, and I think at that point, the company need to change the way of how they treat the employees. They have to, I guess, spend more time and effort trying to develop talent, like upskill or like reskill. Sometimes we heard about that, and eventually they will come, they will run into this kind of problem. Like you don't have people to do the work, and if you're still using the gig culture, then people are not actually going to put like real effort, like your mind somewhere else.
Right, because you're always looking for the next thing.
Yeah. But if a company can treat the workers better and then help them develop and grow, it's helping the company. Like you're helping the company, and they will stay.
How do you think that this sort of compares? Obviously, in Canada, I think there's various laws. It's the same thing in Europe to make sure that there can't be this kind of mass layoff that's kind of sweeping America. And maybe also, I'm not sure how it is in Taiwan, but how do you think that moving forward things can perhaps change or should change in order to kind of because, like you said, this is sort of inevitable. One time I was told, for instance, at a company, you know, the particular game we were making was a big franchise, and I was asking the general manager of the studio, aren't you concerned with the amount of people who are going to want to leave after this project because of the morale? And their response was, oh, well, people will always want to make this particular franchise. And I realized that there wasn't that, you know, that manager wasn't putting any emphasis on the actual team that they had built and the individuals. It was really just like people are interchangeable. So
no, that's not how you run. Yeah, for long term, that won't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it does kind of a reputation starts to be built,
yes.
And it's interesting, like you say, the expertise is going to age out, and so therefore, are you going to be able to fill the positions that you need? Which I think those issues are already being felt right now. I mean, right now, I think it's very easy to find the talent because there's so many people, but it's a problem in the industry that is maybe perhaps a general problem that's starting to get worse. Is that your feeling?
So I can control the economy, but eventually.
Yes, when it recovers.
Yeah, eventually it will recover, and the tide will turn.
Yeah.
And then if so for the company, if they're not treating people well now, people will remember.
Yeah.
And that's how you ruin your reputation.
Yeah.
And so you shouldn't be like treating people badly like during this tough time, because they will remember.
Yeah.
And if your company still exists in the future, they might not want to work for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think also a lot of companies, they used to be sort of based on a name. For instance, like the family who started the company or something. It was named after them. And then nowadays, it's sort of, a lot of companies have lacked that sort of personal relationship. And in some ways that kind of dehumanizes the company, right? And so the company can absorb some of that identity, that problem, and that sort of memory of not being treated well. But I think people also do remember their managers.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. So being a manager, first want to make sure that you are not the problem.
Yes. Yeah. So it's really interesting. Any other, the first step is not being the problem. So that's a very interesting thing, I think, for a lot of people to look at their life when they see a problem in their life, is that perspective bias, right? Where it's like, I see the rest of the world, so the problem's got to be out here, and I don't see myself. Do you, once you've figured that the problem is maybe not necessarily yourself, what are some of the other common issues that managers face?
Yeah, I think like the not knowing what issues we have, like ourselves, it's the self awareness, and the system also need to support it. Like, because we need feedback. Like everybody has their blind spot, and it's called blind spot because you cannot see.
Okay.
So we need someone else to point out our blind spot so that we can work on it. But other obvious problems are like just communication everywhere. And when people say communication is a problem, it includes a lot of different things. Like you don't understand the reason behind a decision, or you don't communicate the reason behind a decision, or you kind of interpret, just make assumptions and then not asking more questions to understand better, and not being a good listener. So there's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But communication is a big one, because we're working with people and we need to communicate to do the work.
Yeah. And
it will be tough if the team size is larger, just because the line of communication is more. There are more lines, and that's why producers talk a lot, because we are in like meetings just to communicate, to make sure like we are all like on the same page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's great. Yeah. Thank you so much for your insight, and I think we're interested. We're entering a very interesting era now of game development, and it's fantastic to that you're helping people, and I think providing them with like super valuable knowledge about the right way to produce and manage and lead. So more power to you. If people want to find you, do you have a YouTube channel or any information which we can put as a lower
So
30?
I'm on LinkedIn. Yeah, so maybe like you can put my LinkedIn. I also just made a simple website.
Okay.
So I try to start like a program, like advanced like game production program, actually teaching.
Oh wow. Okay.
So just started. So I'm still planning. So that's why I'm testing the teaching with my HR friend.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Great.
And also effective manager
Yeah.
training.
Effective manager training.
Yes, we need that.
Yeah. 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 We certainly do. I think that anecdotally, in my experience, it's been something that it's a totally separate skill set that people just don't appreciate. That I discovered this sort of when I was teaching, that I was like, oh, it's a completely different thing to know a thing and to teach it.
Yeah.
And so that took a while to then sort of learn, okay, how do I teach something to somebody, and how do I understand when they have actually learned it, And so I think that this is a very important message you're bringing to the world.
Yeah, I'm in that learning process. Like this is new to me, so I'm learning how to teach, and because sometimes like there are some questions that the students will ask that we might not know, we might not come up with. It's like, oh,
right.
that's a great question. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I should include that.
Yeah.
In my program.
Yeah, great. And just lastly, it must be good for you to be back here in Taiwan. And how often do you get to come back and see what your family must be here?
Oh, so this time is a longer stay, just for personal reasons. So I currently don't have time to go back yet. So
okay.
So I'm trying to start the business here first.
Oh, really?
But I'm also like I can do this virtually.
Yes.
So
yeah, everything's online
Yeah.
these days.
Yes.
So that's great. Does it feel good to be?
同事啊，先莫冲动啦，有话好好讲。
然后你替我送一粒金，搁家做一下生日。上界重要的，烦恼火点蜡烛。这蜡烛若烧愈严，阿中绝对会当长命百。
My name is Alan, and game designer, and we are indie game studio based in Taiwan. Yeah, and yeah, so that's about it.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And maybe give us a little bit of background on this game.
Oh, so the game, it's actually an adaptation from a very, very classic Taiwanese TV drama.
Okay.
20 years ago. So it's a very old drama. So I used to watch it with my parents and also my grandpa, grandma.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so by the time, it's phenomenal. Everybody talks about it. When I go to school at high school, the students cannot wait to watch it. So they love the drama. So we actually talk to the TV station and to see, and also the TV station, they are looking for a new way to monetize their IP, their content. So they think gamification, their classic IPs would be something beneficial.
Oh, wow.
So we are still trying. Yeah, trying very hard to rebrand and also re-promote the old IP with gamifications.
That's very interesting because presumably, if it's 20 years ago, maybe this wasn't. The show is only known by a Taiwanese audience.
Well, by the time, it's like everybody watching K drama today. It's actually Taiwanese dramas are pretty strong in Asia, Taiwan, China, Hong Kong, and Southeast Asia. So they do have some reputation in Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. So that might be our target market as well.
Well, but maybe you also now have an opportunity to introduce this to an English-speaking market through the game. So let's take a look. Reburn, Fiery Thunderbolt. We're going to take a look now. This is, okay, so is this a demo or is this the whole game?
The demo. Yeah, we're still working on it. Hopefully we can release it later this year.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's take a look. So new game, we should start a new game.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like a visual novel with a dating scene and some fighting scene.
Okay, and you're skipping past all the story. Who cares?
If you care, download the game.
If you want to know the story. Okay, so where are we now? Are we selecting our
the chapters?
Oh, this is a chapter. Okay.
Yeah, this is chapter selections. Yeah, so at this page you can select different characters. There's different main characters.
Okay.
All right. So from the beginning you can only use the main characters. And the game will be in Taiwanese too. Not Mandarin.
Got it.
So basically the guy is under how you say undercover?
Yeah, undercover policeman.
Policeman,
So he's an undercover cop.
Yeah, and try to fight with the drug dealers, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, and date as well.
And date, yeah. So if you go here, so this part is more like a visual novels.
Okay.
So you are talking to the lieutenant, your boss.
Is this at my apartment?
Yes, because you are still low level, so you are living in the shitty department.
Okay. So is he helping me move in?
Yeah. And this is so the female is your cousins, but she really likes you, so she try to date with you.
Okay.
Date with the main characters. Yeah, but anyway, in Taiwanese drama, there's a lot of datings, and a lot of girls will like the main characters. So yeah, it's your choice. It's player's choice to.
Is this consistent with the story of the game?
Yeah,
or the film or the TV show?
The TV show. Yeah, and the crazy is about the Taiwanese drama. Before we have for this TV show, we have 320 episodes.
Wow.
So yeah, it takes our team like 2 whole months to watch all this show.
So just to get up to speed.
Yes.
And understand. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's a dating scene after you guys talk.
Oh, so now we're dating our cousin.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it might be common in Taiwan, like for the elder generation, I guess.
Okay.
But not in normal, like a modern Taiwanese. No.
Fair enough.
Yeah, okay.
To
Good.
each their own.
Yes. Okay. All right. So it's your choice, I guess. It's just choose what she likes.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Yeah, Wellington steak. That's probably, well, beef noodles. I'd say Wellington steak is probably the heaviest thing. Because that's like is that like a beef Wellington?
Yeah, it
okay,
is.
let's get the heaviest thing. She needs to put on some weight.
Proteins, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I figured it's not really about what she wants at this point. I mean, if I'm dating my cousin, I'm probably just, I'm gonna go for, what I want.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, because she doesn't want you to spend that much money based on her characters. Yeah.
I see. I probably would have known that had we read any of the.
Yes, you probably will.
So we're supposed to pick that up from. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was the question? Now she wants.
You guys have a date this weekend. So where do you want to take her?
Okay, so I probably should have paid attention to what she was talking about in order to understand this. I'm gonna guess that she wants to go to, oh boy, I'd say.
I don't know if there's a cultural difference, but in motel, it's actually, I don't know, in the US you guys do the same.
Sure.
Okay, all right. Like in Japan, it's a love motel.
Got it. So you're renting it by the hour as opposed to.
Yes.
Well, let's say the art museum. I'm basing this entirely on her hair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she gets angry again.
Okay. All right. I guess she's not into museums.
No. Last questions.
Okay, go buy drinks. All right. Uh-oh. Irish coffee. Well, look. That's the. I grew up in Ireland. We're gonna go for the Irish coffee without understanding anything about my cousin or what she wants.
But you do want the Irish coffee for sure.
But I want an Irish coffee, so we would go.
Oh, she gets angry.
Yeah, I have. This is very similar to dating that I've done.
It is. Okay.
I just didn't pay enough attention.
Yes.
Dating end. Oh, okay. I guess that was unsuccessful. I'm definitely careless.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Well, I feel okay that our relationship is not blossoming the way that maybe you would like. With my cousin. Maybe I can find somebody else to date who I'm not blood related to.
Well, for this chapter, for now, you can only date with the cousin.
Okay.
With the story progress, there's more choices coming up.
More choices later. Okay.
Yes.
Good. All right.
But there's a way to how you say to make up your relationship with characters.
Okay.
So there's in Taiwanese culture, we are religious, or some people are very superstitious. Mm-hmm. So we do go to, if you go around the street on Taipei, you might find out there's a lot of temples. Mm-hmm. So now we can go to visit the temple, the shrine.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Oh yeah, I saw this at the temple. They have these, it looks like fruit slices, orange slices.
Right.
But they're the wooden.
Yeah, that's what we are gonna do.
Okay.
In the game.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So I actually, maybe you can explain to me what this is because I.
Okay, so also in Taipei, there's a matchmaking god. So if you want to date someone or you want to be married, so we have a god especially for that kind of service. Okay. So you will see a lot of girls nowadays. They will go there and to try to find their another partners.
Okay.
By praying to the god and tell them what kind of male they would love to date. They would love
really?
to. Yeah, it's actually happening. Yeah.
So they go there, pray to the god, try to get the.
Tell the god what your condition is. Okay. What you like.
Not my cousin.
Okay. All right. Let's see how the god answers.
Yeah.
So the thing you see, we call like a 宝贝. 宝贝 is like a toasty blocks. There's two pieces of the block, right? Wooden blocks.
The wooden blocks. Yeah, the ones that are kind of
like a moon shape.
Moon shape, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's what we're gonna do right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a three different type. So there's a one. How do you say?
Oh yeah, one up and one down.
Yeah, yeah.
And
so
then both up or both down.
Yes, yes. So if you so it's one up, one down. That means God agree with you. So they will say yes to your wish.
Okay.
But if it's two, how does it? Inboy is a two. How do you say? Two.
Up. Or
Yeah.
Down? Face down.
Yeah, two down. That means inboy. That means the God disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, he gonna refuse your wish.
Okay.
Yeah, and if it's a two front, it's called chill boy. Chill boy means the guy is laughing at you, thinking it's a stupid questions.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
So that's our culture, our tradition. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Let's see how. All right. So the cousin.
Yep.
Let's see how. You should be the one.
Yeah. I should be pressing here.
Okay. So
okay. So.
It's a simple. That means yeah.
That should work out.
Yeah, it should work out.
God's like, definitely date your cousin.
Yes, go for it.
God. Go for it.
Yes.
Don't worry about genetics.
Yes.
It'll be fine. Yes. Okay.
One more round?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Round 2. So we can toast like 3 rounds. Oh, great.
So he's really doubling down.
Yes.
Okay, so this is like best 2 out of 3.
Yes.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Okay, so now there's no way out. It's like I'm going for the cousin.
Yes.
I really should start paying attention to what she's interested in.
All right, round 3.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he was just kidding.
Yeah, I was just kidding.
Just kidding about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it seems messed up to me. So,
okay, yeah.
So he was, okay, all right. Wow, I'm getting trolled by
the God.
By the God. How often does that happen?
I don't know. Maybe that doesn't happen very often in Taiwan.
So is that the tradition? Is that the tradition?
It is the tradition what we do.
To do it 3 times like that?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. But usually 1 time is enough. But if you want to try to make sure, this is, because sometimes you confused, right?
Yeah.
You don't think this is what I want, so you actually got another time.
Got it.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm learning a lot.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if this also, no, not in Korea, right? It's different. Most of them are Christians.
Yeah, and I haven't seen this in Korea.
Okay.
But it might exist. I
don't know. Cool. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. All right. So that's the tempo.
Okay.
thing.
And so can I? What's the?
Oh, this is your boss.
My boss. And
yeah, the detective.
So what is the? So what's happening here? Because basically I was getting sort of support from the gods.
Yeah.
To whether or not was it to help me complete the quest, or
no? They give you how you say the heart. They give you a better relationship. Once you got a better relationship, they give you better supporting skills.
I see. Which is really, if you're not religious, it's basically like confidence.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Something like that.
It's like saying like, you now have the confidence to go for it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So okay. So I have a task or a goal for each of these people. So with my boss, what is it that I have to do here?
The same. You just told me.
But am I trying? I obviously don't want to date him, or am I?
Wait, there's one possibility that you. Well, in Taiwan, we are like a legal.
Sure.
Yeah, that's one of the options.
No, but I was wondering if he had some other task for me. But I guess let's try to date him.
Yeah. Why not?
Why not? When in Taiwan?
The guy's laughing at you. Yeah, they your boss. So stupid. You want to try? One more time?
See how that ends for you.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Try again.
Oh, the guy's
like, oh,
why not? Okay.
I changed my mind.
Yeah.
You should definitely do that.
Yes, not definitely. Let's see how he says another time.
Oh, that's
or
true.
Next time. Yeah. All right, you should press the button.
Okay,
So
I'll press it.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, let's see.
The guy gets angry.
Oh, he's like, yes, quit screwing around.
Yeah.
That's never gonna work out.
Yeah, something like that.
You're gonna immediately lose your job. If you
Yeah, something like that.
Okay,
He might be very straight, so.
Okay, fair enough. Oh well, I guess I'm finding myself still in this world as an undercover cop. I'm very open to anything.
Okay. Yes.
So that's great. Okay. What was so that was evidence. I was building a. See, this is the real question.
Yeah.
It felt with the cousin like I was building a relationship, but there was something to do with evidence with the boss. Was there?
Oh yeah. That's the extra skills. The character, the supporting characters is gonna help you too, because there's a boss fight.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's kind of giving me
some extra skills.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool.
Great. Cool. Okay, so I guess when it comes to when I'm at home, I'm kind of dealing with my dating relationship.
Right.
So what now if I go to work or do I go the drug dealers? What's the?
Yeah. So you can go to different places to advance the story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So for example, this one. Yeah, these are the drug dealers, as you can see.
Yeah, they look like drug dealers. Or like a K-pop.
Yes, the guy looks like a K-pop star.
Yeah.
Make sure you didn't broadcast in Korea.
Yeah. No, it's all good.
Oh, it's all good. Okay, very confident.
Yeah.
So once we finish the story, okay.
Uh-oh, he's angry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is how the story goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't really follow, but I guess if you're, you can either pause, you go through frame by frame to learn the story, or you can just download the game.
Oh, yes.
And so is the demo available right now?
At the game show only. So.
At the game show only, so you actually can't download the game.
Oh, we will demo at the Busan Indie Connect, so.
Okay, come to Busan.
Yeah.
And you can play the game there.
Yeah.
So when is this game going to be released? Do you think?
We're still working on it because it's 320 episodes.
Okay.
So it's a lot.
There's a lot. I mean, are you going to cover all 320? Or
well, we want to cut it like the how to say the 1 and 2nd.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe divide it into 2 different games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems like you can do more than 2 games.
Well, might be.
It seems like a lot of.
But if it doesn't sell good, probably we just. Yeah. Depends on the sales.
Yeah. Well, you can always like package them later.
Yeah. It would become a DLC.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this looks really fun. It looks very slightly humorous. And great for folks who know this game, or the series,
drama, yeah.
But also hopefully kind of creates a new generation of people interested in
dating their cousins.
Let's not go there, people. We've already got population problems as it is. Let's not start dating our cousins. So I guess maybe you can tell us again where to find the game. We can wishlist on Steam.
Yeah. We will have a wish list later.
Okay.
Yeah. We will definitely have the wish list.
Okay. So how can people follow you or follow the game? And
Oh yeah, we do have a Facebook and also Instagram.
Okay.
And also website. You can also check out for the latest news updates on our website.
Okay. So what's the website?
Well, it's toii.io, toii.io. That's
Fantastic.
it.
That is easy.
Yeah.
You have no excuses now. But yeah, and we will when you have the wish list. When you have the Steam page all set up. So is it going to be on PC? What other platforms?
Yeah, we are thinking PC first, and we'll move toward to consoles, implement to consoles, port into consoles. Yeah.
Okay, great. So when you have the Steam page set up, we will then also put the Steam information here.
Cool.
So that folks can wishlist the game.
Sure.
Cool. Yeah. Alan, thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
It's been very educational.
Yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate the cultural reference, and it's wonderful to have parts of Taiwan included into your game.
Yeah.
And I think I'll end this with some footage that I took of Taiwanese temples.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds great.
So I'll just put them at the end here, so you
can
enjoy those. But people should come and visit Taiwan and
yeah.
Don't date your cousin. Don't do that. Thank you, Bobson.
Yeah.
For
anytime.
Yeah, for chatting. You're my guide to Taiwan, and so thank you for helping me to understand Taiwanese culture.
Yeah, there's many different cool culture mix here.
Yeah. We originally met at the GDC Taipei.
Yeah, GDC.
Yeah, and at the time you were a game developer.
Mm-hmm. When I was in game company, I'm the art director, and I have my own design studio for design many branding or commercial or animation, motion graphics, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you were responsible for the art in the game you were developing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I design characters, draw all the backgrounds, UI, UX, something like that.
Okay.
I'm now also doing a YouTube channel which called Geekzo, and it's talking about gaming and movies, entertainment things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we record our program here.
What are the defining characteristics maybe of Taiwanese, not only games, but film and other forms of entertainment? Is there anything that is particularly unique?
A few years ago, there's a game company called Red Candle. They have two games, 返校 and 还愿. And there's a funny thing like they put a tiny Winnie Pooh at a corner of the game, and they sold very well at China. But after the player in China find the Pooh, and they got very angry and banned the game. So it was selling very well on Steam, but they blocked it after that.
Okay, so what you're talking about is the relationship with China, which, pardon my ignorance, I know very little, if not nothing, about this subject. This seems like something that is always present in Taiwanese culture, the relationship with China. Mm-hmm. How much do you think that artists, how much does this kind of influence their work?
All the creators only want to make their works well.
Yeah.
And sell well and take the bread on table for family.
Yeah.
Yeah. And nobody want war. Everyone want peace, right?
Yeah. One of the things you see from the outside is this almost constant fear that there might be a war. But when you live here, does it feel that way? Does it feel like at any moment there could be a war, that war could break out?
When we grow up, there's a lot of big news and talking about wars coming or something, but we are kind of feeling nothing right now. When you hear that kind of news for over 30 years. What do you think people will feel, how they will feel about it? Many people like me, they care about their career, their work, and how they affect people, how they make entertainment to make people happy, something. And I will joke about the situation between China and Taiwan. What about all the leaders? They fight face to face, and don't put us to the front. But for another angle, it's my home. It's my hometown.
Yeah.
And of course I love it. I want to protect it.
Yeah.
You know, but it's very, very hard for us. Like, okay, I have friends in China, and for my left hand is my family. Some of them are army in Taiwan. So what can you do?
Yeah.
You know, I think something else we can do is like to make the vibe, the vibe of international, make it more peaceful. That's what John Lennon did, right? We want peace, we want love, and someone will think that's stupid, but I think that's the truth. That's how peace happens.
So you don't really think about it every day, but at the same time, some of your work is prioritized to kind of when you find something that is promoting peace, or then you kind of pursue those sorts of things.
Trying hard to do that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for chatting. Do you want to tell everybody how they can maybe find your company, like what you do, and or do you have like Instagram or?
My name is Bob, and the link below is my YouTube channel. I'm the producer of it, and hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, check it out.
Check it out.
We're here with Daniel, the designer of Storyteller. And so perhaps you could tell us a little bit about yourself and Storyteller and what you're doing right now.
Yeah, well, I am an independent developer from Argentina, from Buenos Aires. I've been doing this for almost 15 years. And Storyteller is sort of my first commercial success in the industry, yes.
Okay, so there's some depth to that. Well, you buried the lead. We're gonna dig that out. Okay, so cool. So that's and this has been quite a big success, right?
Yeah. So it was one thing that happened that we did not foresee or even imagine is that we made a deal to put the game on Netflix, right? So it's one of the Netflix games. An initiative that Netflix has been doing for a few years. But it's pretty low-key. Like, a lot of people don't know that with their subscription, they can get free games. But they've been pushing this initiative for a few years. So we got a deal out of that with them, and we did not think much of it. Okay, let's put the game on Netflix and see what happens. But it turns out that Storyteller right now is like the second most downloaded game on Netflix after GTA. So yeah, that was unexpected. I think both for us and for them as well. They did not expect a game that was not designed to please players to actually be like one of their original hits.
Right? Yeah. Designed to please players?
Well, I mean, it's mobile, right? And often what happens is that mobile games tend to be designed in a way that tries to keep players playing and coming back to the games, right?
I see.
We did not design Storyteller that way. So Storyteller is like demanding from the get-go. Once it's finished, you can no longer, you finish the game, there's no more than that.
Yeah.
And it can be playing in very short sessions, but we don't bribe you to come back or anything.
Okay, gotcha. So we'll get back to Storyteller, but let's kind of go back to how you kind of got started in the industry. because you've obviously had quite the career. So can you tell us first, like, why you got into video games at all? Like, how did you grow up? What was like the first game that you played?
So it all started when I was 5. My grandparents got their hands on an Atari 2600, like one of the.
2600?
I mean, and I'm talking Argentina, right? In a time in which shipments were not globalized or anything, so they bought the thing somewhere. I don't even know where. When they were traveling, and they brought it back, and it was the first time I've seen anything like it, right?
Yeah.
It was not a thing that my friends had or anything.
Yeah.
It was weird. So I remember playing that. It was mind blown, right? So there's small universes running inside this small box, and you can play with them, and they're fun and they're interesting, and they felt to me like they had a lot of potential for wonder, right?
Yeah. Yeah, seeing something move on the screen that
you're driving, right? That was the. I mean, it's the strangest concept if you think about it. You'd only seen TV. It's like, no, you can touch this, and what you see in the screen is going to change. I don't think my TV had even a remote control at the time.
Yeah, exactly. The kid was the remote control. Change the channel.
Yeah, exactly.
You were the remote control.
Yeah, so that started my fascination with games. And then my dad was sort of into programming.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, he liked it. He was a physicist, not a programmer.
Oh, wow.
But he liked computers, right? So he paid a lot of money to have like a Commodore 64 and Atari TI. So I saw him programming once, and that was my second canonical event. Like the first canonical event was seeing the Atari. The second canonical event was seeing my dad just type text on a screen, and suddenly, a sort of game is happening.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, what?
Yeah.
You can actually make them happen.
Yeah.
I can not only play them, I can also make them.
Yeah.
Right? So that was second canonical event, and I was like, at that time, I think internally, I was like, okay, this is it. Like,
How do I do this now?
I made my pick. My pick is made. I no longer need to think about it or consider anything else. I know I'm going to do this eventually.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so I think everyone has kind of gone through those experiences of being, wow, like everybody who works in the games industry as a creative has kind of gone through those two major moments early in life. When you so you sort of set yourself on this path, what was maybe some of your later experiences with games? Because obviously the Atari is a pretty basic thing, but when you started to understand sort of the breadth of genres in games, where did you become kind of interested and passionate?
Well, I mean, another canonical event was when games went 3D, right? So they used to be, sorry. So games used to be 2D, right? Or fake 3D. But the first time seeing like Wolfenstein and Doom and Quake especially, it was a moment in which, again, huge potential unlocked, right?
Yeah.
So we can make this stuff. We can make 3D stuff that feels like you're in there doing things, right?
Yeah.
So that was a confirmation, if you want, that this thing is actually capable of doing wonderful things. Like, I wonder what else can you do with it, right?
Yeah.
So by the time I was old enough to start making stuff, I made small things in the middle.
Yeah.
But when I was at the age in which I could work on it professionally, I wonder, like, what else is there, right? So we got 3D, computers got better at computing, we can make beautiful 3D stuff, but what else can we do with it? Like, what else is there? And that question got answered the first time I went to GDC, the Game Developers Conference in San Francisco. This was 2005.
Okay.
And I went to the experimental gameplay workshop, which was just a small session where they showed games trying like crazy different things.
Yeah, wow.
And when I was there, I saw a few games like Braid from John Blow. It was the first time I've seen these people trying to make these games.
Yeah.
And then I got another canonical event in which I say, this is it.
Yeah.
This is what I was missing. What I was missing was there is potential to do more, but you need to do weird stuff. You need to try things that everyone else is not trying to do, right? And then it was like the circle was complete. It was like, okay, this is what I want to do. I want to do video games, but these kind of video games.
Yeah. So, had you graduated school by then? Did you go to?
No, I went to college to study computer science. I stayed there for 3 years, 3 years and a half, and I dropped out.
Okay.
I got a job, and I was like, yeah, I don't need this anymore. Like I don't need what college is trying to teach me anymore. Like some of the years were very useful and very important for me in a way of thinking and the kind of programmer I became, which allowed me to make games. But at some point I was like, yeah, I don't need the actual title, right? I don't need to graduate. I mean, nobody cares about that. And I feel like I learned enough from these people, so I just dropped out.
And so what was the job that you got while you were?
So my first job actually was a user interface programmer in a information security company.
Okay, so and they didn't care that.
The funny thing is that during the job interview, they were like, "Well, what do you want to do?" And I was like, "I want to make video games." And they're like, "Well, we're not doing video games."
Yeah.
I was like, "Well, maybe one day you will, or maybe one day I will."
Yeah.
And they were like, "Yeah, this is good enough." then I learned after that nobody they interview wanted to take that job.
Oh, really?
So they did not have a lot of options. So they took me in.
I see.
And that's where I learned to program professionally, right? During those years, where I became a really good programmer.
Okay, so yeah, that sort of foundation in an actual like industry, working with other experienced programmers.
Right.
So was that then very valuable as you then start to build your own projects?
Yeah, because one thing that happens is that I make games that try different things, right? In order to do that, you need to be able to do your own stuff, mostly because it's very hard to communicate to somebody what you want because you're not sure, right? When I started Storyteller, I didn't exactly know how it was supposed to work. So if I had to explain to somebody what I was trying to do, I would have frustrated the hell out of that person, right? It would not have worked.
Yeah.
So I needed to be able to do my own stuff. And in order to do stuff that works and doesn't make you suffer, you need to be a good programmer. So I became a good programmer. It was a requirement.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. And so was that the job that you had while you went to the GDC?
No. I was there, then I quit that job. I tried to make mobile games for a year. And mobile, I mean pre-smartphones, right?
Okay.
Well, the old Java, Nokia, small Nokia phones.
Engage,
exactly. Yeah. Those I was working on those.
Really? Cool.
Those, yeah. But it didn't last long because I quickly noticed you cannot be indie in an industry that you need to make deals with huge phone carriers in order to get your games anywhere.
Right. Yes.
So I quickly noticed it was not viable for us to do that. So I got a job at Gameloft. Gameloft is the spin-off of what's the name of the Assassin's Creed guys. I blanked out.
I mean, I'm thinking Ubisoft, but
yeah, it's Ubisoft. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're a spin-off of Ubisoft. It's one of the Guillemot brothers that founded. I mean, one Guillemot brother founded Ubisoft, and the other one founded Gameloft. So,
I didn't know.
So Gameloft had all the licenses. It made games for Assassin's Creed.
Okay.
No, that's Activision. No, I'm confused. Anyway, so Gameloft inherited all the licenses, and they started a studio in Buenos Aires.
Oh, okay.
So I was one of the first to work there. But I was the lead programmer. I was not a designer there.
Okay.
But it was a big studio. I had like 120 programmers. I had to manage all that.
Wow.
And during that is when I started going to GDC because I started to feel I started to feel that my job was in the games industry, but it was not making games.
How did you get a job as lead programmer?
Because when Gameloft arrived, there was nobody. I was one of the first to show up. Is what happened.
So you seem to have sort of benefited by just being the only person.
The only person, yeah, exactly. It's happened. It's been a constant in my life. Just show up first, and you'll get it. It's fine.
Yeah, just be there. Okay, yeah, well, it's good. It is good advice. I mean, showing up is usually half the.
Yeah, it's half the thing. But if you show up early, you often get a much better
chance. It's 80% though.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So, so that, and for you, then that must have felt like, okay, I've landed at the right kind of, now I'm on the right track, right? Because if you were, I want to work in games with the security company, and now.
Yeah, I was getting there. Getting there,
yeah.
But Gameloft still was a job in which it was just mostly managing people and technology. It was not doing the games. Okay. So I was trying to break out of that, like, but.
How did you, sorry,
go ahead.
But you know, again, as being the lead with no experience as being a lead in the video game context, how then were you able to manage people?
Well, the thing is, I worked at the company for 3 years, so it gradually got bigger, right?
Okay.
That said, it got big pretty fast.
Yeah.
Like probably in a year and a half, there was already 120 programmers.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I mean, it's what it sounds like is you know, perhaps with your experience and your father's kind of influence, that you were able to make sort of decisions about technology that were almost like instinctual, as opposed to.
Yeah, but I mean that is true. I mean, I was very competent, but you know, there were also programmers that were much better than me at Gameloft. The thing is, I had an instinct for, or I grew an instinct about how to manage certain aspects of people, right?
Okay.
So because, you know, sometimes very good programmers do not get along with people in general.
It's true.
That ends up causing problems. So what ends up happening is that, you know, higher ups tend to put people in management positions that they feel they can negotiate with, right?
Okay.
So people who are very adamant about their positions on things are difficult managers to have.
Yeah.
So I was good at negotiating positions.
Okay.
So they figured I, was a good choice to actually lead the studio.
Okay. So you were a much more sort of not necessarily agreeable, but somebody who they could kind of work with easier.
Yeah, I understand people's motivations. And understanding people is often not the strong point of programmers. Yeah.
Let's leave it at that.
Yeah.
let's not offend anybody. But I know what you mean.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
I think, and also just to bury myself here, I one of the things, maybe you've noticed this. I feel like engineers do compete on, their level of intelligence and the kind of, and one of the issues that I've seen is that the really brilliant engineers tend to extend their brilliance or their sort of confidence.
Oh, I know where you're going.
Because they know that they know that they are the smartest person in the room, but it sort of bleeds out into areas where they are not.
Oh yeah, I know where you're going. Okay, so I have two things to say about that. First of all, it's true that engineers tend to believe that they are in a race to be the best engineer, and every single one of them believes he's winning. Right? First of all. And second, I mean, the best example that I can think of is like Elon Musk, right? Yeah. I mean, he thinks he's a genius. So he also believes he's a genius in all areas about everything he does. And he acts like one and he talks like one.
Yeah.
And, a lot of people also believe that he's a genius in one thing, which is picking good projects and picking the right people to do the projects.
Yeah.
They believe he's a genius everywhere. Like he's right about everything. So yeah, there's a delusion thing happening that I think like platforms like Twitter, they made it much worse.
Yeah.
Because they amplify that kind of behavior. I'm amplifying reward that kind of behavior, right?
I was just wondering if there's any advice we can give to this particular personality type. If people notice, like, if they're wondering why is my career not going the way when I'm the smartest person in the room, and I wonder if I wonder if they even care, because honestly, it's like, is it greater the reward to anyway?
Yeah, bro. I don't think you can do much.
Okay, we'll leave it.
Just wait until they break down and tell them to go to therapy. And maybe there's a chance.
Okay, so it sounded like for you that was a really great opportunity to kind of lead you into a position of leadership that then probably gave you a lot of perspective on what was going on, and did that help you to kind of make the leap? Was it after Gameloft that you started your own company?
I quit Gameloft. I decided to go full-time indie developer, but a solo indie developer.
Yeah.
I did. The moment I quit, I didn't even have a project, because before that, like the year before that, I was hoping that while I was working at Gameloft, I would get an idea or a prototype that I would like so much that would be the excuse for me to quit.
Yeah.
And months kept going by, and it did not happen, right? It was not happening.
Wow.
And the reason why it was not happening is it was because I was working too much.
Yeah.
And my body was taken by my job, right?
Yeah.
So at some point I was like, well, let's just quit first, and then we figure out what follows.
Yeah. Wow. That seems like it would have been a scary moment. I mean,
it was.
At that point, you sort of start a ticking clock that is connected to your bank account.
And exactly. I mean, that's exactly what happened. I had all my savings from all the previous years.
Yeah.
And they lasted for 2 years.
Okay.
So I
had
went
you calculated that already, or were you just...
No. One day I looked at my bank account. It was almost empty and had nothing else. There was no stock options or assets or anything. Which is all. That was all I had.
Okay.
And it was running out.
Okay.
And then I just took some desperate measures. I was very lucky as well. I got a patron that gave me...
Oh, a patron. Okay.
A patron. That gave me money, like monthly, like $1,000 a month.
Wow.
And I just lived off of that.
Wow.
Like went back to live with my parents.
Yeah.
And
what age was this?
It was 35.
Yeah.
It was not a great moment.
No.
I wish to say, but
I think that's so important, because I think everyone goes through these times where it's like, I'm not doing the right thing.
Right.
I'm not on the right path, and I cannot stay on it, right?
Well, yeah, so it also happens that some people have more restrictions than I had. Yeah. Like, I don't have kids. Right. So, if you have kids or you're taking care of some member of your family, which is a common thing in Argentina, it's very difficult for you to make a leap like that. Like, are you going to run out of savings when somebody needs you?
Yes.
I don't think so, right?
Yeah.
You don't do that. You just don't do it.
Yeah.
And that was part of the reason why I did not want to have kids back in the day. I was like, I'm not in a position in which I would feel comfortable making hard choices.
Were you married?
No.
Okay.
But I was in relationships, different relationships all that time, right?
Okay,
so, and there were talks about, having kids, but my answer was always no.
Yeah.
Until, I feel comfortable with where I am in my career. Until that happens, I'm not going to have kids, because kids are going to weigh me down when I have to make the hard choices, right?
Yeah. Well, they're going to become the priority.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens, right?
Yeah.
So maybe I had kids, I'd still be at Gameloft. I don't know.
Yeah. And so you made that jump, and you were looking for this project, and it took how long? How long did it take?
Well, Storyteller, the first prototype I made in 2008, and it came out in 2023. So it was 15 years, I think. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So
wait. Before that, I mean, I did not work 15 years straight on the game. I did other things in the middle. I did other games and all.
Yeah.
So I paused development of Storyteller many times.
Okay.
But yeah, the first the first idea, it was 15 years ago. Yeah.
And so, yeah, because you were saying that this is the first success, but you had other games. And so what was it? I mean, did you create a number of prototypes all at once, and then you started to kind of work on them, or what?
Yeah, it was mostly chancing. I mean, I'm trying small things all the time, like tiny things all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I was working in Storyteller, I sometimes took some time to try something, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And sometimes some of those ideas find the right conditions to turn into a full game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, I had this idea that I worked for a bit, and Humble Bundle came to me and they offered me $15,000 to make them an original small game.
Mm-hmm.
And I just took that idea that I had, and along with Jeremias, my partner, we decided to take the deal. And the next 3 months, we made a small game for them, and then we took another 1.5 years to make a full game that we could ship on Steam. So it was kind of a detour, if you want, from Storyteller. Yeah.
Okay. And so as you're working on all these other projects, I mean, Storyteller, it seems like a concept that kind of does need to stay in the oven for a while.
Yeah.
It is maybe you can help me sort of explain exactly what Storyteller is and what the game is.
So Storyteller is a puzzle game where we give you the title of a story. For example, A Murder of Jealousy, right? And then we give you characters and settings, and you place the settings and the characters in a comic strip, and that builds a plot, a story plot, right? And the idea is that you build a plot that fulfills what the title is asking, right?
Yep.
So in this case, maybe you get two characters, one falls in love with the other, and then a third character comes in, and that character gets rejected, but that character is really evil, and he decides to poison his competitor, and then he dies, and then you have a murder of jealousy, right?
Yeah.
But maybe you tried something else, right? Maybe some character gets the crown, and some other character is jealous, so he waits until the other character is distracted and murders him, and now you get a murder of envy, for example. But also may also fulfill the title. So the idea is that you have to build a story that fulfills a given title.
And so then how do you make sure in a programming sense that you have
that I got it right?
Yeah, that you've
we play tested. We play tested a lot.
So you make sure that because there must have been like solutions that people came.
Oh
up with.
yeah. And sometimes sometimes those solutions are fine. Like this is an alternate solution for this, and it feels fine, so we leave it as it is.
Okay.
And sometimes they find shortcuts in which they fulfill the goal in half the amount of frames that we gave you. So maybe then we change the goal and we change the tools that we give you, because we want you to think about these stories, right?
Yeah.
So we don't want you to cheese the solution for the puzzles, right? But the way we make sure it works is we test it. Especially because language is subtle, right?
Yeah.
So I give you a title, and maybe you think that is jealousy envy? Is it the same thing, right? There's a gray area in some parts of the game. So we had to adjust the game all the time to deal with those situations.
Yeah.
Right?
So in some ways, it's a very sort of simple concept, but the tricky to sort of implement was that.
It was the problem is that nobody tried to make a game like that before. So we don't know what works and what doesn't. And one thing that happens is that people, in our minds, we're full of story ideas, right? Or concepts, right? We have expectations about how things are supposed to work in stories.
Yeah.
And that introduces a lot of noise in the game, mostly because if I give you an abstract puzzle game where you just push blocks onto buttons or something, it's self-contained. You don't have expectations about how those things should work, right? It's just, some things are pushed, I need to get these to there, and that's it, right? But with stories, you're like, why is jealousy not envy?
Yeah.
Right? I think it is.
Yeah.
Right? So we need to design a game that felt right for the vast majority of people that need a lot of tweaking and rethinking concepts in the game.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, stories in games are very interesting as a concept because the player has so much agency in a game.
Right.
And so, as you're saying, like people can find different solutions to this. It was stories or kind of narrative. Has that been something that you've been passionate about in games? Like when you would play games, were you always looking for kind of story games? Or was
No, I hate stories in games. Like I always, like 100% of the time, I skip all the cutscenes and intros in games.
Yeah.
Like I like playing RPGs. That means that it happened often in my life that I had no idea what was going on because I skipped everything and I skipped lots of the dialogue as well. Yeah. So at some point I'm in some situation and I'm wondering what is exactly happening. the only time in which I pay attention is in clearly important parts of the game. Like I'm near the end, then I'm going to pay attention.
Yeah.
But most of the time I just find it tedious, right? And that's part of why I wanted to make a game that was not about delivering a story to you, but having you have to come up with the story, right?
Be the storyteller.
Yeah, be the storyteller, right? Mostly because I'm not fond of stories in games in general. Right?
Well, and it's so interesting that then you come up with a game called Storyteller.
Exactly. That was a statement.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it sounds like it. But I think you're tapping into the real power of games, which is that that sort of player narrative, like the players driven, like the player-driven narrative, is really the power of the medium,
right?
As opposed to it being a storytelling kind of platform,
delivery platform, right?
Yeah,
right,
like film or something like that, because you have this great opportunity. So in some ways, you've cut out any game narrative, and you've said this is entirely a player-driven story game.
Right.
So that's very, very interesting and a very elegant sort of design solution to, I think, what is a fundamental problem with a lot of games.
Right.
And because most players, I feel like, not most players, but I do feel like there are a lot of players who are like you, who are not really there for the story, they're there for the interactivity.
Right.
And what's interesting is you've created a game that is about story, there's the story.
Right.
You're making a story.
Right.
And players who would traditionally skip through the story would probably love this game. Right.
Right.
So it's like saying, see, players can love story.
Right. You can have a different relationship with stories than you have. I think that was one of the initial ideas, was that like we have games and we have stories and we have stories in games. What else can we do with it, right?
Yeah.
What else? How far can we take that? In a way, it's like a bit like the programming moment that I had, in which I realized that I could make the games. Yeah. It was a wonderful moment in which I realized I do not need to just consume or play the games.
Yeah.
I can actually make them, right? So Storyteller is a bit like that. It's
Yeah.
like, what happens if for a moment, in a very simple and fun way, you're in charge of the story, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, so the other thing that's fascinating about this is that you have partnered with Netflix in a seemingly kind of uninteresting way. It was just another platform. Oh, this is nice. And it's exploded. It's really emphasized this is a very important game. A lot of content, that you would expect on a Netflix kind of platform would be this sort of choose your own adventure kind of game that we saw with like Bandersnatch.
Bandersnatch,
yeah. And so obviously you're making a bold statement that is a fundamental statement about video games and sort of almost showing the infancy of what is happening in our medium.
Right.
Because the game is so simple, the presentation is so simple, and yet the power and impact is so great.
Right.
So does this feel to you like a launch pad for something?
Something else? Yeah, I mean,
I almost feel like there is a kid today who is going to have the same experience as playing the Atari 2600, right? Playing this game.
Oh yeah, that happens. I mean, that's a crazy thing that I thought about recently, which is that sometimes you get exposed to some things when you're a kid, and you get like imprinted in some way.
Yeah.
Like we do remember some very canonical moments in your infancy.
Yeah.
That was just chance, right? You just bumped into something that was interesting and it blew your mind, but it was not a prepared or a ritual thing. It just happened, right?
Yeah.
Same with my grandparents. They thought the Atari looked interesting and cool. They had no idea what it was, right? They just brought it to me, and it was the whole world, right? But it was a chance upon it.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of parents giving their cell phones with Storyteller to their kids.
Mm-hmm.
I had many people send me pictures of their kids playing Storyteller.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess from now and like 16 years or something, they're going to come back and it's going to be vintage.
Yeah.
Like I remember this game from when I was a kid. It was so awesome. It was a game that it was about building story. I don't remember the game, and then people say it's called Storyteller. It's made, right? So that is going to happen. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Well, and because I wonder, the question of, do you feel this is a launch pad? Do you feel like this is going to grow? Maybe it doesn't apply to you. Maybe it applies to the next generation because it's such a significant moment in terms of its meaning for the platform.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know what Netflix thinks about the game actually. I don't know. Yeah. I sometimes I wish, because even there's a Netflix games division, and then there's the Netflix, like the corporate movie section, right? Which is like the bigger part of Netflix, and they play the game as well. Like everyone played the game. In general, Netflix games deals with games, but Storyteller went into the movie part of Netflix, so everybody knows about Storyteller in Netflix. No, and I do wish I could spy on their meanings about the game and see what they're saying about it, what their plans are. Yeah.
Money.
Yeah, it's not just. I mean, money. Sure. I mean, I guess I could pitch them something. I mean, I can make more interesting stuff, right?
Yeah.
But it's not so much as what does it mean for the platform that this happened, right?
Yeah.
It was not the game. I mean, they just took a bet on it.
Yeah.
It's not like they were. This is the game that is going to break out or anything.
No.
It was just let's throw some chips there.
I mean, it does seem very appropriate for the platform as primarily a linear storytelling platform, that a game called Storyteller, and the fact that it is so sort of revolutionary in a sense. I mean, as you think about like the development of our industry in games and kind of player agency over story and sort of this path to maybe the holodeck that we're on.
Right.
It seems like fundamental thinking like this is crucial.
Right.
In order to understand.
If you want to find new things and find what you can do, you need to try something that is different from everything else. Yes. Yes, that would describe what I want to do in general.
So as you think of like the next thing for you, where does your mind go? What are things that fascinate you?
Well, I mean, I did not have enough time to think about this very deeply, but I get the feeling that I want to maybe see if I can transcend games and do something that is maybe beyond games. Like, I was thinking about making a game about making games, something like that. Let's hope it doesn't take 15 years to figure it out.
Yeah. It sounds like you're back to where you were at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as I'm talking, I'm realizing that. Yeah, I'm going back to the fundamentals. That means it's going to take so long. But the good thing is that now at least I'm good for money, so I don't need to, because For Storyteller, I didn't have anything there, right? So I burned out all my savings.
Yeah, wow.
So now I'm fine.
Yeah.
Now I'm fine, right? So I don't need to make money in the immediate future, so I can take a few years to work on the next thing, whatever that is.
Would you ever consider doing some sort of consulting or taking another job with a larger team to make something a little bit more larger in scale?
I do consider it, but the way it should work, so here's the thing. I don't want to have a studio. I do not have a studio. In fact, Storyteller is published under my name. There's no studio name.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a team. We meet with a team, but it's a 3-people team, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't want to have a studio. I don't want to have employees. Mostly because you end up working for your studio instead of the other way around, right?
Yeah.
So in order to avoid that, what I did so far is just build a team for the project, right? So whenever I think of a new project, let's do this. I can get money I can get this funded.
Yeah.
So I think this is the right team for this, and then I assemble that team. And once the project is done, we disband, right? Like everybody follows their own way. But I've been thinking that I may want to be able to do stuff that needs more production. But so the format I'm thinking about is making an alliance with a settled studio. Instead of me assembling a studio, I'm making an alliance with a studio that already has a production muscle. I direct, I bring the money in, and that way maybe I can have both the muscle and not having to deal with the studio at the same time, right?
And they've got the sort of so the production pipeline and
exactly.
distribution
and
pipeline.
they are going to be good at it. I don't need to build it from scratch and all that.
Yeah, interesting. How would you, if you were to sort of consider, like, you'd obviously need to be looking for a studio that was appropriate for the kind of game that you wanted to make, which I guess is the first problem.
I have to figure that out in order to answer the second question. But I think I know where you're going. So in Buenos Aires, there's a few studios of very competent people. So I guess I would try to work with them.
Yeah.
So I can be in the same room with them.
Yeah. So now that you've, I mean, it sounds like you've satisfied, in a sense, something that has been a goal of yours for a very long time. What does that do in terms of your perspective on kind of maybe opening up the world to you? Obviously, you don't have to worry too much about money right now, but you know, as you sort of think about the rest of your life and things like that.
That is, I did not catch up with what happened yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm still in, like, I need to finish this game mode. Even though we shipped last year, like at the end of last year, it was so stressful to finish this game that I do not think I have recovered from that yet. So it's very hard for me to think about all the possibilities that I have now. In fact, I'm living exactly like I was before shipping the game and it becoming successful. Like I'm living exactly the same way. And people keep telling me, you have so many options now. You can
move
do
out
anything.
of your parents' house.
No, I moved out of my parents' house. I did that. It's not that bad.
Okay.
But not much more than that, right?
Yeah. Still bring my laundry there.
So the answer is there's so many possibilities now that I don't know. I don't know yet.
You know what I mean, I think it's important for people to know, like, how difficult it is to make something like this. You know, what were some of the challenges for you to get this across the finish line?
I think it was mostly holding on and not giving up. I think that was the hardest part. There were so many opportunities to just give up along the way, right? So I could get a job, I could start freelancing, I could do something else, forget about Storyteller. There were points in development in which my team wanted to quit. They were fed up with the game, with me, with everything. So working through that, I think, was the most difficult part. Because also there was no guarantee that the effort would pay off. We would need with a successful game. There was there was none of that. Like none of that. There was no signs that it was going to be worth all the pain and effort we were doing. So that was the hardest part. Like just holding on to, we need to finish this game. I think it's going to be worth it. Let's finish it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's sort of this, I think a lot of people kind of get into this industry with a naive vision of what is possible. I certainly have gone in with goals, and you talk to people about, so for me, audio is my area, and I would be like, oh, music is always terrible in games, and it should be like this. And then of course, then you find yourself in a position to put up or shut up.
And you need to make all the trade-offs, and you're not treated like a first-class citizen in decisions and all that.
Yeah, and so. And especially if you're kind of running your own company or you have your own team, there's all these external factors, and of course we went through COVID and all these other things as you're trying to finish, and so obviously the impact of that has been huge, and so as you think then about moving forward, that's obviously influencing your I don't want to have a team in a studio because I don't want to deal with these random things that I have no control.
I was like COVID for companies and all that was pure destruction.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you coming to chat, and maybe you can let folks know where they can find Storyteller and where they can find you.
Okay. So you can find Storyteller on Netflix. If you have Netflix, you can play it on PC through Steam, and you can find me on Twitter, Daniel Venn.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's it for the 2024 Taipei Game Developers Forum. We'll see you at BitSummit in Kyoto.